Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Please be seated. Just a sec.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, the Minister of Infrastructure has a school group to introduce.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and to the House here today a group that the MLA from Airdrie East and I had the pleasure of meeting up with just a couple of short weeks ago, and what was just a fantastic visit. Mr. Speaker, could we please provide a warm welcome to the students and teachers joining us today from C.W. Perry School in Airdrie.
The Honourable Member for Vermilion, Lloydminster Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce to you and through you to the Assembly 31 visitors from the Dr. Fulkins Community School that's located in Chauvin. Please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The official opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through to all Vivek Shreya, Dr. Kathy Flood, Victoria Buchholz, Emily Holt, and Rowan Murdoch. I ask that they please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Introduce you to some of my favorite humans: award-winning theatre star Patricia Zintilli, nurse Jackie Harrison, firefighter Ange Bolak, Erica, Claire, and Aaron from Pride Corner, Steve Archambault and Cassidy Eldarazi from Stonewall Recovery. Please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Elbow.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you to all members Christy Garland, Ryder Richard, Jason Purcell, Alex Pugashu, Sky Pine. I ask that they please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Legislative Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Klein.
Klein.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you and to all members, some fantastic Calgary members, Hazen Elwood, Nathan Fawaz, Christine Ha, Mateo Brown, Jakea Brown, and Moss Gray.
Yeah.
Please rise.
Honourable Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Mr. Speaker, through you and to the House, I'd like to have the folks from the Resource Policy Branch of Alberta Energy and Minerals rise and receive the warm welcome. They are part of the incredible people of Albertans that do hard work for us and all of Alberta. Thank you. Please rise.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Lougheed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce my friend Danny Gray. Danny was instrumental in my campaign and is also the son of the Member of Parliament from Kelowna Lake Country, Tracy Gray. Please rise to receive the warm welcome from the Legislature.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
I'd like to introduce you to you and through you Adebayo Katiti, Roxanne Rowan, Finn St. Dennis, Steve Sonev, Kyle McIntosh, and RF Staples Thunder Alliance GSA from Westlock. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Legislative Assembly.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you Becca Marcellus, Mail Bartlett, Kelsey Robbins, Miles Letton, Avery Letton, Jared Letton, if they would please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you to all members Master Corporal Webb, Michelle Webb, Kayla Halliday, Charlie Peters, Keith Peters. I ask that they please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you and to all members in the House, Chris Benian, Julia Clifford, Natasha Frizik, and Tanya Thompson. I ask they please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake. The Honourable Member for Chestmere Strathmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to introduce both to you and through you from my constituency, Angie and her 3 children, Luba, Corbin, and Lydia. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you all to the members Donna Battaglia, Evan Westfall, Christopher Wells, Cece Chow, Kimberly Daniels, who are all strong individuals and they're free and caring in this province. I ask that they rise and get the adoration of all of us.
The honourable member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you to all members of this Assembly some amazing humans: Sam Barrett, Joe Smith, DJ Rouse, Quinn Wade, Jensen Metlin. I ask that you rise and please receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you to all members Zita Dubé, Lockhart, Tony Harris, Ariadne Bell, Stella Bunchette. I ask that they please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
Are there others? The honourable member for Red Deer South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce my friend Cam Davies, a resident of Red Deer South and a member of our CA board. If he could stand and receive the warm welcome from the Assembly. Thank you.
Others? Honourable members, a gold star for everyone. Well over 17 introductions in less than 6 minutes. It is possible. The Honourable the Clerk.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable member for Grand Prairie Wapiti has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, today marks a significant milestone in Alberta's ongoing commitment to enhancing road safety and addressing the commercial driver shortage. The introduction of a Made in Alberta learning pathway for Class 1 trainer and licensing is an exciting and innovative model that will reduce red tape and accelerate a driver's road readiness while keeping the safety at the forefront. This new learning pathway, developed in collaboration with the commercial driver industry, represents a crucial step forward in bolstering driver skills, improving safety standards, and improving enhanced on-the-job training opportunities for both current and prospective Class 1 drivers. By embracing an apprenticeship-style model, we are empowering Albertans to embark on a rewarding career journey as professional drivers, fostering continuous skill development and progression. Through a structured training and practical experience, individuals will have the opportunity to refine their skills as trainees and progressively build upon their expertise, with this ultimate goal of achieving a Red Seal designation and gaining the deserved recognition as a professional trade. This comprehensive approach not only elevates the professionalism of the industry, but also ensures that drivers are equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate Alberta's roads safely, efficiently, and responsibly. In working with the industry on this new pathway, we recognize commercial drivers as a critical profession that keeps us fed, clothed, and our vehicles fueled up. Thank you to all the truck drivers in Alberta for ensuring our province runs smoothly and efficiently. With this new learning pathway, Alberta will be once again a leader in commercial vehicle safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Sunday, March 31st, is the International Transgender Day of Visibility. What I hope one day will be a day of unmitigated joy, recognition, and celebration for the 2S LGBTQIA community here and worldwide. Today, we're joined by the brave and beautiful folks you see in the gallery. We celebrate you. We share our love for trans folks and all you contribute to our communities. Today, I think of all the two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and queer youth in my life, how blessed I am to witness them in their joy, eye rolls, boredom, silliness, and even the hard days. On a personal note from this Mama Bear, we won't stop fighting for you, for safe spaces, for you to be who you are, to come out when you want, and to just be. Yeah. While we celebrate that trans people have the right to exist as they are without apology and with human rights intact, we know that existence is resistance to this UCP government and the policies they propose. On this side of the House, we will always stand against policies that target 2S LGBTQIA youth, deny their human rights, and put them in harm's way. Policies that seek to legitimize discrimination and polarize communities. Policies that are copied and pasted from far-right U.S. politicians the Premier sees as heroes at a time when hate crimes against this community are on the rise. All All of this to make Alberta a, quote, little bastion of freedom in the Premier's eyes, but not a bastion of freedom or safety for gender-diverse folks, and they deserve better from their government. But most importantly, we observe this day with hope and knowledge that this community is strong and has strong champions whose daily fight is a righteous one. We are grateful to be allies in that effort. Trans rights are human rights, and on this side of the House, we will always stand with you in solidarity.
The honourable member for Taber-Warner.
Mr. Speaker, we live in the best place in the world. I traveled many parts of the world, but I'm always excited to come home. They say that home is where the heart is, and my heart is bound to Alberta. My grandfather, William Hunter, moved to Fort Macleod in 1923. He came as a poor farmer from Donegal, Ireland. He tried to farm in his new home of Canada, but unfortunately lost his farm in the dirty 30s. Because of boundless opportunities, he was able to find other work. As third-generation Albertans, our family have nurtured our customs, heritage, and roots. Family and strong communities are cherished parts of our conservative past. One of the things I love most about Alberta is the diversity of our society. In this chamber, to my right, sits a dear close friend from Calgary North. He is a first-generation Albertan. He has brought with him his rich culture, tradition, and heritage from Pakistan. He was raised a Muslim. I was raised a Christian. And together we quietly confide in each other about the things that matter to us. He has a granddaughter who is the jewel of his eye. I have 7 grandchildren that I like to share pictures of. We laugh and smile together at the bounties we have been blessed with. We celebrate the fact that we live in a province that welcomes and embraces the universal idea of being neighborly. People from all over the world continue to travel here, excited to make Alberta home. Don't let anybody fool you, Mr. Speaker. Newcomers are excited about making new friends here and new opportunities in their new home. I finish with a few stanzas from a poem at the feet of the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Albertans have big hearts and open arms. That's why hundreds of thousands continue to make Alberta their home.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
In this world where politicians get ahead by saying whatever is convenient in the moment, we absolutely need leaders who stand by their values. My record is clear. As Minister of Justice and Solicitor General, I appointed 2/3 women to the bench. I stood up consistently for victims of sexual assault, even when it meant complaining about a judge. I protected and I expanded human rights. I served in a government that cut child poverty in half and didn't even pause to celebrate because we knew the job was only half done. The UCP has broken almost every promise they have made to Albertans. So, to those Albertans, let me tell you a little about what I believe. I believe seniors deserve to retire in dignity. I will protect your CPP. I will not allow seniors to be warehoused in long-term care with no standards. I believe every child has the potential to contribute to our society and deserves an education that helps them get there. If we don't provide that, we steal from our own future. I believe that when your child is sick, nothing else matters. That when you call an ambulance, one should show up. That every Albertan deserves medical care when they need it, and that the fix is thoughtful hard work, not private profits. Yes. I believe we need to protect our air, land, and water, and I will make sure that companies clean up their own messes. I will not allow our Rockies to be coal mined. I will protect our water, and I will ensure that our children and grandchildren have access to the beautiful biodiversity that is the Rockies. I believe that every family deserves a roof over their head and food on their table and the occasional vacation. I will fight to bring down your costs, and I will bring up your wages. I believe that Albertans share these values, rural Albertans and people in cities as well. I believe that we win by talking to people about those values, and I believe that we already have the team to do it.
The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are difficult times for many families in Alberta. Rising costs are forcing more and more families to choose between heating and eating. According to Stats Canada, about 22% of families here in Alberta experience some level of food insecurity. Sadly, more than 50 tons of food is dumped every year. Today, I'm proud to report this problem is being solved by local volunteers rolling up their sleeves to get the job done. In Lacombe, Echo Food Rescue is working hard to keep edible food out of the landfill. Last year alone, they rescued more than 115,000 pounds of food to support local families. Throughout the week, food is collected and donated by grocery stores, restaurants, and businesses. Twice a week, community members are welcome to fill a reusable bag. Local farmers donate their surplus or less than perfect produce. Restaurants donate the extra food left over at the end of a day. One week there may be shelves of yogurt, bread and pasta. The next may be potatoes, beets and baby food. Every little bit helps. Meanwhile, in Blackfalds, the Beyond Food Hub is another excellent example of a community group going above and beyond the call of duty. First and foremost, a food bank, the Hub also has a weekly lunch program for school-aged children, monthly food hampers, and an at-cost veggie market. Mr. Speaker, if you have ever been forced to make tough choices to feed your family, you know the desperation being faced by thousands. You also know the spirit-lifting joy that even the smallest gesture of generosity can have. The volunteers at Echo Food Rescue and Beyond Food Hub know they can't change the inflation rate or the unemployment rate or even solve single-handedly the affordable housing crisis, but they also know they can make a monumental difference in the lives of their friends and neighbours. Alberta has seen some tough times before, and we've always weathered those storms thanks to an abiding generosity of spirit built on the kinship we share. That's why I call on folks to take some inspiration from the fine folks at Lacombe's Echo Food Rescue and the Blackfalds Beyond Food Hub. Make a difference today.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Askaman, Mr. Speaker. Tansei Kagia Awiyak. Hello, everyone. Today I stand in honor of the trans, gender diverse, and two-spirit people who have existed on these lands since time immemorial and who will continue to exist despite any government trying to dim their light. As His Majesty's loyal opposition, I sit across the aisle from this government and witness troubling comments and dangerous rhetoric coming from the UCP caucus about our trans, gender diverse, and two-spirit kin. Since the Premier announced her arcane policy plans targeting the trans, gender diverse, and two-spirit community, we've redoubled our efforts on this side of the House to demonstrate our unwavering love and support for our beautiful relatives being attacked by this government. Today, rather than focusing on all of this government's negativity and hateful discourse, our NDP caucus is celebrating our kin for the amazing humans that they are and recommitting to ensuring that Alberta is always a safe space for them. Our communities are enriched by these folks, some of whom are in the gallery today. They are parents, students, doctors, social workers, industry workers, business people, but most importantly, they are human beings. They are Albertans. Even if this government forgets, Alberta stands with them. Mr. Speaker, we are all here together. Alberta is for all, not just some fundamentalists who seem committed to erasing our names or existence. We are members of society and deserve equal recognition by this government, and we will never stop fighting for it. Alberta will, once again, show the UCP that it cannot use division and discrimination to score political points. Human rights are not contingent on the wills of far-right political groups, but instead on the rights of human beings being prima facie in our society. Trans rights are human rights, full stop. And we will celebrate and stand with the amazing folks in attendance today in the gallery and all trans, gender diverse, and two-spirit people throughout Alberta.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
The honourable member for Airdrie East, the chair of committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 99, I can advise the Assembly that the Standing Committee on Private Bills has reviewed the following petitions which were presented to the Assembly on March 19, 2024. The Community Foundation of Medicine Hat and Southeastern Alberta Amendment Act 2024, Providence Renewal Centre Amendment Act 2024, Rosebud School of the Arts Amendment Act 2024. I'm pleased to report that the petition comply with the Standing Orders 90 to 94. Thank you.
Honourable members, the time is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period, and the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, this Premier appeared before Albertans to announce her policy to marginalize, bully and discriminate against transgender Albertans, especially those under the age of 18. Through crocodile tears and ignoring the irony, she claimed concern for the safety of children even as she normalized bullying against the most vulnerable children at all to placate extremists in her party. So to the Premier, will she look up to the more than 50 guests here and explain to them why their human rights are less important than protecting her leadership?
A point of order is noted at 150. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For some time, I've become aware that there are gaps in care for those who are receiving transgender support. We don't do surgeries in our province, even though we approve and pay for over 100 per year. Those individuals have to go to Montreal, and when they come back, there's not good post-surgical aftercare. Those who need to have lifelong support for hormone treatment can't easily find a doctor to connect with that. Those who are struggling with gender identity concerns don't have adequate multidisciplinary support. Those are all the gaps that we need to fill.
The Order, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
They also have a governing party demonizing them. The misinformation the Premier promotes about gender-affirming healthcare and school curriculum are what create the real danger to children. What's more, with her proposed hateful policy, she's inserting herself into doctors' offices all across the province and telling medical professionals, parents and vulnerable youth that their needs, their feelings and their knowledge doesn't matter. So to the Premier, on what planet does she know better about individual young people than their parents, their physicians and they themselves do?
Stop following. Point of order is noted at 151. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an undercover investigation, Radio Canada in Quebec recently sent a 14-year-old actress posing as transgender into a private gender clinic. It took 9 minutes of consultation for Sasha to get a prescription for testosterone. I think we can all agree this is not good medical practice. This is not multidisciplinary approach. This is not ensuring that a child is supported in both their medical needs and their psychological needs. I don't know the extent to which this is happening in Alberta, but we need to make sure that it isn't happening in Alberta so the kids get the support they need.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What it is, Mr. Speaker, is fear-mongering. The Premier's cruel policies are an exercise in state-sanctioned bullying. Courts in other jurisdictions have ruled that laws like these amount to an infringement of the Charter and basic human rights. The protection of human rights, particularly those of a vulnerable minority from a bullying majority, in the case the UCP government in this case, is fundamental to our democracy. As we know, once the rights of one minority are taken away, others will soon follow. So to the Premier, who is next on her hit list?
Point of order is noted at 153. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you talk to anybody who is a parent, they will tell you that is one of the most precious things to them, being able to have children. And if you don't go through puberty and become sexually mature, you cannot have children. We believe on this side of the House that kids need to be able to be kids. They need to be able to make these life-changing, important decisions when they're old enough to understand the consequences of those decisions. We are going to support every person in their journey to become who it is that they are meant to be, but we are also going to make sure that adult decisions are made by adults.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
I have a non-binary family member, and I believe these decisions are very personal and it should not be debated in public. Those aren't my words, but the words of this Premier, and not decades ago, but in 2022. How can that same Premier now stand here today and dare to attack the rights and safety of transgender Albertans? I'm not the only one wondering this. There's a gallery of people watching. What's changed for this Premier? And if nothing has, will she have the courage to admit that she's wrong? It's not too late to change course.
Point of order is noted at 154.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping we would be able to depoliticize these issues, but the members opposite keep mischaracterizing what it is that we are trying to do on this side of the House. What we are trying to do...
Order. I had no problem at all hearing the question. I would expect that the Premier would also be able to answer the question, and I would be able to hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we are trying to do is make sure that we fill a gap in proper medical and psychological support for those who are going through this type of care. We know that there are many people. One of the doctors that we know who does surgical aftercare has 250 patients all suffering some type of complication. We need to make sure that we've got enough medical care and enough psychological care to give the proper support.
Point of order is noted at 155. The member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
This really is a case of life or death. We really do have a number of youths who have nowhere else to go if they're not accepted by their community, not accepted in their home environment. Whose words were those? The words of this same Premier just 10 years ago. And she was absolutely right. We know that queer and trans youth face many barriers and an increased risk of homelessness, with over 30% of unhoused youth identifying as 2S LGBTQ+. The Premier knows this. She's known it for a long time. She knows the damage her policies will do. So how can she possibly be willing to make our province even less safe for gender-diverse youth?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I do know is that individuals who are going through these kinds of issues need their family around them. They need to make sure that they are loved and supported for who they are and who they're going to be. Creating divisions in families when individuals are going to need lifelong support is wrong. It's wrong. What we want to do is make sure...
Order, order, order. If the Leader of the Opposition wants to ask another question, she's welcome to do so immediately after the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood completes hers. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The policies that we're doing are going to keep families intact. It's going to ensure that kids are supported by all the adults in their lives, and it's going to make sure that they have the appropriate care when they need it.
I just might provide some caution to members of the opposition. If you are going to heckle, you cannot heckle unparliamentary language from your seat. The Honourable the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Well, let's talk about families, Premier. Most of their parents didn't know they were out yet. Most of them didn't know if their parents knew there would be some consequences. One young boy told me if he came out to his parents, his dad had rejected him. Words shared by, you guessed it, this Premier. The old her seemed to understand that while it might not always be easy to stand up and be courageous, when it comes to human rights, there is no debate. So I'm begging this version of the Premier to have a good long talk with herself from 10 years ago and remind herself what it means to be an ally, what it means to ensure that young people are protected at home and at school, and what it means to be a leader who leads for all.
The Honourable Premier.
I do reflect on that, and that's why I know from personal experience how important it is for adults in a child's life to support them, to love them, and to make sure that they know that they are understood, they are respected for who they are, and to be given the time to discover who that is. And this is the reason why we're taking the approach we are. We know that kids are going to need a multidisciplinary approach. When they do choose to go on to medical intervention, they're going to need to be supported with good medical care for life, and that's what we're going to be able to provide.
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors and Social Services raised the point of order at 157. The Honourable Member for Calgary Klein has a question to ask.
A disgraced former UCP candidate, Tory Tanner, told a crowd at a UCP event that she's influencing this government's anti-trans policies. She was dumped as a candidate for lying about pornography in schools and attacking teachers for recognizing students' preferred pronouns. At the UCP event, she said, quote, "We've provided a way for teachers to become pedophiles." But even more concerning, Tanner said she met with the education minister and he committed to act on her policy ideas. Why is the education minister implementing anti-trans far-right policies in schools based on conspiracy theories of an embarrassing failed candidate?
Wow. The order, the Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, we're doing nothing of the sort. It's important to Provide clarity. The Education Act stipulates very clearly that all school boards must ensure that they create a safe, welcoming and caring environment for all schools. That's provincial legislation, that's mandated requirements that are required of all school boards. We'll continue to work with our school boards to ensure that they meet that objective, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that every student is welcomed at their school.
The honourable member for Calgary Klein.
You can create the conditions for that to happen. So given as a parent, I know teachers are crucial to the well-being of all students, including our trans and gender diverse youth. And given that Tori Tanner told the UCP audience that, quote, we're learning of teachers who are counseling their students to change their gender identity. And given that this government's policies would prohibit teachers even affirming preferred pronouns, why is the Education Minister not defending teachers from these far-right radical attacks, and why is he putting in place the same radical agenda called on by a disgraced former UCP candidate?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, there's no radical agenda. The Education Act already stipulates that parents are to be involved and that parents have the ability to opt out of any instructional material that deals with human sexuality and or religion. This is stated legislation, and we'll be expanding this to include subject matter related to sexual or gender identity in the same premise that the current practice exists within the legislation to ensure that parents have the final ability in determining the education of their children.
Calgary Klein.
Slippery slope of the UCP agenda. So given that the UCP's failed candidate hailed this Premier's policies as, quote, a huge victory, and given that trans and gender diverse youth deserve a place to simply be themselves at school, and given that students and teachers in communities such as Red Deer have raised concerns that these policies are being implemented, why won't the Education Minister stand up for all students and ensure that trans and gender diverse youth have safe schools, a recognition of their preferred pronouns, and a clear, loud rejection of all the far-right hatred directed their way?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I will always stand up to ensure that all students have a safe, caring, and welcoming environment at schools. That's precisely why those policies exist within the Education Act. That's precisely why gay, straight alliances and other clubs will continue to operate and exist in schools as normal, so that we can ensure that students have a safe and welcoming place at school should they need it. Of course, we're also looking to support and supplement counseling and mental health services so that all students have the support that they need.
The order, the honourable member for Calgary Varsity has a question.
Yesterday, we heard that the number of surgeries completed in Alberta during the 23-24 fiscal year increased by less than 0.25% over the previous year, despite a much greater investment in chartered surgical facilities. Now, with more investment in chartered surgical facilities, the minister promises the number of surgeries will increase this year by almost 6% and calls this improving access to surgical care. Can the minister tell Albertans how using the same plan is expected to get better results?
Good question.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the members opposite have their facts wrong. In fact, we have increased 6% from 22-23 to 23-24. And Mr. Speaker, we plan to make that even grow further. In Budget 2024, it includes $618 million to reach our target of 310,000 surgeries this year. So Budget 2024 includes an investment of $4.4 billion in operating expense for acute care, Mr. Speaker. We've gone from 40% to over 61% in clinically approved time periods.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity.
So the press release from the minister demonstrated that there were 650 additional surgeries done out of about 300,000 during the past year. With population growth and this plan of 6% plus 0.25% over the next 2 years, it is clear that Alberta is falling behind in the number of surgeries that are needed. Showing an increase in the number of surgeries does not mean progress when we need to bump this up and get a better pace. What does the minister plan to do to stop the situation in Alberta from deteriorating further?
Good question. The Minister of Health has the call.
Again, Mr. Speaker, they're quoting inaccurate numbers. In fact, the number of surgeries that were actually performed in 22-23, if they'd like to listen, is 292,500. In fact, we are on track to get to 310,000, which is a 6% overall increase in 23-24. And I anticipate going to 300 even further in the subsequent year. Unlike the members opposite, we're committed to making sure surgeries get done.
The honourable member for Calgary Varsity.
The minister reports that capital investments will enhance the surgical capacity in several rural hospitals, including places like Rocky Mountain House, which already face closures of existing resources and facilities. How does the minister plan to find physicians and nurses to staff these new surgical facilities? Will the minister commit to reporting the number of operations that occur in each of these new surgical facilities so Albertans can see if they're getting value for their investment and that rural Albertans are getting the care that they need?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the members opposite, we can walk and chew gum. We can do both. We can actually increase capacity within our facilities right across the province, and we also can bring in additional supports and workforce. In fact, in Rocky Mountain House, the physicians, the orthopedic surgeons that will be doing those surgeries will be coming from outside of the area, as well as supporting those physicians that can do surgeries within their local area. Mr. Speaker, we are able to increase the numbers, and I'm glad the members opposite can see that we will make this transparent to Albertans.
The order. The honourable member for Banff, Kananaskis, is next.
The Minister and Premier have both asserted that the Grassy Mountain coal mine will improve the environment by reclaiming the historical mine footprint from the 1960s. They don't want to tell Albertans about how this exploration is larger, with more test pits digging deeper for an even larger mine than what was already rejected. They want Albertans to believe that this advanced project can never die, because even though it's been denied. They don't want to tell Albertans that nowhere in this new exploration proposal do Northback Mines talk about reclaiming their footprint. Will the minister be upfront with Albertans about what is involved with this exploration proposal?
Just prior to me calling the Honourable the Minister, I might just remind members, if they want to have a private conversation, there are lots of places in the building to do it. Across the aisle is not one of them. The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the member that, first of all, we're not going to do what the NDP tried to do in 2015, 2016, 2017. We are not going to invite Australian and other country billionaires into Alberta to mine the coal in any way they want to do, Mr. Speaker, especially not Category 2 lands. Now, Mr. Speaker, they made some amazingly bad moves for Albertans in relation to our environment. We're going to put people first, Albertans first, Mr. Speaker. That means clean water that is protected by this government, clean environment that is protected by this government, Mr. Speaker, including the land and the air. We are going to protect Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Okay, well, let's talk about some bad moves that this government has made then. Given that coal exploration also comes with its own impacts, particularly in the form of new road building and what is referred to as linear disturbance, which impacts ecosystem function in many ways. Given that in 2020, when the coal policy was revoked, 450 kilometers of new roads and redisturbed roads were approved for coal exploration by the AER. And given that these roads are supposed to be reclaimed within 5 years of exploration permits, can the minister guarantee these roads will be reclaimed by 2025? And how many kilometers of road have been reclaimed so far?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Mr. Speaker, acting in the best interests of Albertans means we are open-minded about the long-term solution of the best interest of Albertans. It doesn't mean we're closed-minded, Mr. Speaker. It also doesn't mean that we have the #1 export terminal in North America for coal, like their cousins to the west of us in NDP land have in BC, Mr. Speaker. The mothership in Ottawa is truly in control. There are record shipments in BC, and meanwhile the NDP in Alberta are suggesting that they stand up for the people of Alberta on coal. They don't, Mr. Speaker. They never have. They never will. They should stop focusing on something that they have absolutely
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Okay, I'll take that as a zero. Given that coal exploration exploration projects from 2020 resulted in a road density 3 times higher than what ecosystems can sustain in some parts of the eastern slopes. And given that these currently unreclaimed roads are shedding sediment into waterways, spreading invasive weeds, and damaging the precious eastern slopes every day. Given that reclamation of industrial liabilities and impacts seems to be a continual struggle for this government, what assurances do Albertans have that these exploration roads and test pads will actually be reclaimed, or that a Grassy Mountain mine would fully be reclaimed anyway?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to listen to Albertans. We are going to make sure we have comprehensive consultation on the land use right across Alberta because it is so important to Albertans. But, Mr. Speaker, what we aren't going to do is talk one way and act another. We are going to do what's in the best...
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
We are going to listen carefully. We are going to do what's in the best interest of Albertans always, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to make sure we do that truly listening to all Albertans, Mr. Speaker, and making sure their best interest, their environment, is taken as cause number one. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public safety is a serious concern and continues affecting people across Alberta. We have heard reports of people getting stabbed in Edmonton and seen the effects of gang-operated drug markets and encampments growing in our cities. Removing the encampments has been a key first step in stopping the gangs and violent criminals that are hurting our communities, and repeat violent offenders appear to have no consequences as they prey on vulnerable Albertans. To the Deputy Premier and Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, how is the Navigation and Support Centre keeping our cities and vulnerable Edmontonians safe?
The Honourable the Deputy Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and thank the member for the question. She is absolutely correct. These encampments are unsafe gang-run drug markets. Mr. Speaker, people were actually getting burned alive. They were being stabbed. They were being sexually assaulted, Mr. Speaker. There was human trafficking that was going on. You know, the police chief of Edmonton, Chief McPhee, has said that since they've opened up the Navigation Centre, there's been no deaths in the encampments, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, there's been no people being burned to death, Mr. Speaker, which is a positive thing for Edmonton. And you know what? People are actually getting supports, unlike the members opposite, Mr. Speaker, where they would actually have people stay in these encampments and give them the drugs in order for them to continue.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for that answer. Given that the Navigation and Support Centre has connected hundreds of people to services under one roof and is a better alternative for individuals living in high-risk encampments, and given that we have heard countless stories about lives being changed, people being helped and given a sense of hope, to the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services, what does the future of the Navigation and Support Centre look like, and how will it continue to have an impact on lives here in Edmonton and across our province?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that the NDP's plan to house homeless people inside tents where they're being victimized and losing their lives will not take place anywhere in this province, not just in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker. We will continue the Navigation Centre in Edmonton. We will expand it to Calgary, and we will expand its mechanisms across the province to keep homeless people safe, Mr. Speaker, because here in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker, in 2 short months, Mr. Speaker, over 500 people have been housed, Mr. Speaker. That is a stark contrast to the NDP's plan to put them in tents and let them freeze to death, Mr. Speaker.
Order, 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 order. The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister for that answer. Given that many who experience homelessness are suffering from the deadly disease of addiction, which puts them in a more dangerous, devastating situation, and given that our province has...
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Given that our province has been building the Alberta recovery model to support people in their pursuit of recovery and no longer be stuck in the throes of addiction, to the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, how is the Navigation and Support Centre connecting people with life-saving addiction treatment and recovery?
Honourable the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is we are not going to sit back and wait for addiction to run its course with Alberta's most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, what that recovery what that navigation centre has done is connected Albertans with life-saving treatment. One example, Mr. Speaker, is an individual in his 70s who had not known about virtual opioid dependency program, and because of that program now has life-saving access to treatment, something that if you oppose the navigation centre would never have happened for that individual and hundreds of others when it comes to services we provide. We're proud of our compassionate approach, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to do this because we have a moral responsibility to help the most vulnerable in our province.
The honourable member for St. Albert has a question.
Yesterday, I introduced some scores of Albertans fighting to get back millions of dollars owed to them by their landlord, Greg Christensen. I asked the Minister of Service Alberta why he failed to consult with them, and he dismissed them, saying they're just a Facebook group. And he said he met with them on March 14th. Yikes. While he did meet with them, will the minister admit that he denied them any involvement to improve the legislation before this assembly? That does nothing to actually help people get their money back. In many cases, their life savings.
Yeah. Will the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question, and it's terrible when you have vulnerable seniors that can't get their life savings back, Mr. Speaker, and our heart goes out to them. And so, yeah, we did meet with them, Mr. Speaker. This group formed on March the 6th, so we met with them on March the 14th, Mr. Speaker. Prior to that, they were just a Facebook group, but we met with them as well. In fact, we met with over 170 members of that group, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do so.
Well done.
Oh. The honourable member for St. Albert.
Given dismissing a group of concerned Albertans, many of them seniors, as just a Facebook group is incredibly insulting, and given the stress they're going through trying to recoup their life savings from a greedy landlord, given the minister said they actually didn't exist prior to March 6th, which is untrue, Mr. Speaker. These Albertans have had concerns for well over a year. To the Minister of Service Alberta, will you admit that this dismissive tone and bungling of life lease file adds to the stress of dozens of Albertans trying to get what is owed to them by Christensen?
Yep. The Minister of Service Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, this non-profit group was formed on March the 6th. That's the fact. We met with them on March the 14th. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, we met with the founders of that Facebook group.
Order. The Minister of Service Alberta has the call.
Mr. Speaker, we met with the founders of that Facebook group. In fact, we met with 170 of them, Mr. Speaker. We heard what they had to say, and we put some thoughtful protections in legislation, and I look forward to debating that in the House.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Still seems pretty defensive today. The Minister of Service Alberta keeps hiding behind the claim that he can't comment on the life lease fiasco because it's currently being investigated, and given, in fact, there is no investigation into the previous life lease agreements, and the money owed to these Albertans is what's being investigated are the shady sales tactics of Christensen. That has nothing to do with the issue at hand. Yeah. Will the Minister of Service Alberta admit he was not honest with this Assembly by saying he cannot comment on this matter because it's being investigated? They want answers. Yeah.
Order. On more than one occasion during that question, a point of order could have been called, particularly when the honourable member implied that the Minister of Service Alberta was not honest. We know it would be a point of order. The honourable member can rise and apologize for her comments.
Sure, I apologize and withdraw my comment of the minister not being honest.
The Honourable Minister of Service Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, that member seems a little angrier than usual today, Mr. Speaker. But, and that member also knows, or at least that member ought to know, that when a matter...
Order. Might not like the answer. The minister quite likely didn't like the question either. But he remained in his seat and allowed the question to be answered. He should have the same right. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That member knows, or at least that member ought to know, that when a matter is being investigated, it's inappropriate for elected officials to comment. In fact, I think back to when their ethics critic was investigated for hacking into AHS. They didn't want to comment at that time because they know it's inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. So to the member opposite, do better for your
Order. I would like to bring to the attention of the House of an egregious cell phone infraction somewhere in the neighbourhood of the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo. I can't point specifically, but perhaps maybe, and remind them of the necessary arrangements that should be made if such an egregious incident takes place. The honourable member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, a key goal for any government is to prepare children for success and for jobs of the future. Whatever the future holds, governments must ensure that children have the knowledge, critical thinking skills, and resilience to navigate the economy of tomorrow. But given how the UCP is bungling the curriculum with an ideological approach, their second attempt is so bad that experts consulted for the social studies curriculum are now disavowing it. How can the minister prepare children for the future when this government can't get a curriculum right after the second try?
Yep. The Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the social studies curriculum will give students a deep foundation in history, Canadian history, global history, which of course I think as everybody understands and can recognize, that's essential to be able to understand contemporary issues. In addition, the social studies curriculum will focus on giving students critical thinking skills that are essential to their lifelong success. As an example, in grade 5, students will work to differentiate between primary and secondary sources, distinguish between the steps in research processes, and other skills will be sharpened throughout the curriculum as well.
Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, given that educators say that this curriculum uses an approach that is outdated by decades without building age-appropriate skills or understanding, and that it, quote, treats students as empty vessels to be filled with information, and given that the criticisms sound very similar to the government's last attempt to rewrite the social studies curriculum, which was called Eurocentric, age-inappropriate, and too focused on memorization, when is the minister willing to change his rigid ideological ways and actually adapt and deliver a curriculum that prepares Alberta children for the jobs of tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister of Education has the call.
Mr. Speaker, that statement is completely ridiculous. The only ones who were intent on driving ideology into the curriculum were the NDP when they were in office, Mr. Speaker. They were determined to ensure that the social studies creates, quote, agents of change, end quote. Mr. Speaker, that was their objective. They had a very clear ideological objective with the curriculum. Our objective is to ensure that students are presented with an unbiased interpretation of the facts, an unbiased view of history, to be able to form their own conclusions and sharpen their critical thinking skills.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the government's ideological approach to education is deeply concerning and disregards all advice from educators and experts, and given that children need a curriculum that enables them to develop the skills and competencies to succeed and adapt in an ever-changing world, not to mention develop a sense of agency to be active, engaged citizens, and given that these skills and competencies are also needed in the modern workplace, which requires critical, solution-based thinking, is the government so entrenched in their ideology that they are willing to put future generations at risk?
Yep. The Honourable the Minister of Education.
No, we're not, Mr. Speaker. That's why we took the NDP ideology out of the curriculum and got back to an approach whereby we teach an objective view of history to give them foundations for the future. In addition, as I mentioned, additional critical thinking skills will be sharpened. In grade 6, students will formulate project plans, carry out project plans, and reflect on the outcome. In grade 2, students will learn to differentiate fact from opinion, formulate personal opinions about topics, all of the critical skills that are essential to them being informed citizens, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Taber-Warner has a question.
Mr. Speaker, $2.75 billion. That's the amount of savings to Albertans, their families, and their businesses with all the red tape reduction we have reduced since 2019. These savings come alongside our government hitting our 33% red tape reduction goal this year. This is a massive accomplishment, and I am proud of all the work that our government has done to get out of the way of Albertans and Alberta businesses. Can the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction inform the House of how he achieved this impressive milestone?
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what this means. This means that our plan is working. We've cut red tape by 33%. We've saved job creators $2.75 billion. Mr. Speaker, individuals are flocking to Alberta at unprecedented levels, and investment is following. Mr. Speaker, if I had said 5 years ago that we'd be building airplanes in Alberta, you would have told me I was crazy. But that's what's happening. De Havilland is building their water bombers right here in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, our economy's on fire, and we're proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Taber-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his response. Given that reducing red tape is important to attracting more people and investment to this province for all sectors and industries, and given that when we streamline the regulatory process for an industry, you increase the efficiency of doing business, which saves Albertans time and money, can the Minister share with the House which ministry was able to reduce the most red tape while reaching this goal?
The Honourable Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Mr. Speaker, what that member is really asking is who is really winning on red tape reduction, and the answer to that question is Albertans, Mr. Speaker. We've cut red tape, we've saved billions for job creators, and individuals are flocking to Alberta, and investment is following. Mr. Speaker, we've seen Dow Chemical make a $10 billion investment. We've seen Air Products make a $1.6 billion investment. And you know what else, Mr. Speaker? Housing starts are through the roof. Our economy's on fire, and we feel terrific about it.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Taber-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his response. Given that regulatory burden creeps up over time, and given that although we have to hit this impressive goal of 33% regulatory reduction, we need to continue working to ensure that Alberta stays the best place to live, work, invest, and do business. Can the Minister inform the House of his plans to continue reducing red tape to drive economic growth into the future?
The Honourable Minister of Red Tape Reduction.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to continue cutting red tape. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you can say that red tape is dropping faster than the NDP in the polls. And that's saying a lot, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if you've seen the last poll. But Albertans are rejecting their socialist fantasies, Mr. Speaker. Now, here's the best part. We're reducing another piece of red tape reduction bill in just a couple of weeks. It's going to reduce red tape even further. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, we're going to enshrine the principles of red tape reduction in legislation, and I look forward to bringing that forward.
The order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar is next.
In May of 2022, the Alberta Energy Regulator was informed that brown sludge had been found outside of the Curl site. 2 years later, there have been multiple subsequent incidents, the underlying issues have not been addressed, and the AER and government are being sued for over $1 billion. The CEO, Laurie Pusher, has clearly failed in his role to regulate the industry effectively, and the board has failed to hold the CEO accountable. Why is the minister standing by the board and the CEO of the AER?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Because they're doing a great job, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I travel the world, as I did last week to Houston and the week before to Toronto, I have one overwhelming question from energy providers all over the planet. How do you get such a great regulator to do such an incredible job for your industry? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that it's the great men and women that work in that AER that do such a great job. Are they perfect? No, Mr. Speaker. But every single day they try to get perfect because that's where Albertans expect us to be.
The order, 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 order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar without a preamble.
Given that rural municipalities are owed over $200 million in unpaid property taxes, and given that this number has been growing under the UCP with $43 million of that bill added in the 2023 tax year, given that the president of the RMA has said that the Alberta Energy Regulator has looked the other way when it comes to the non-payment of property taxes and asked, quote, when will the AER regulate in the public interest? Will the minister explain when the AER will start regulating in the public interest, or is he just seeing how high the unpaid tax bill will climb?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Mr. Speaker, taking lessons from the NDP on the AER. Well, the criticisms from them are about as good as the work that they did when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. When the NDP was in government, the AER's executive were running a for-profit get-rich scheme.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Energy has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just repeat that. When the NDP was government, the AER's executive, which are no longer there, Mr. Speaker, were running a get-profit-rich scheme on the backs of Albertans. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was under the NDP's nose. So their management of the AER was shameful, and we're not going to let that happen. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we're doing everything we can to stand up for people.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Given that it's remarkable to hear the Energy Minister say that we should be ashamed of letting the AER fleece the people of Alberta $1 million, but he's absolutely proud that they're being sued for over $1 billion. When will the minister stop working for the AER and start working for the Albertans that hired him and fire the board and the CEO?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after what the NDP did with managing the AER, the people of Alberta fired them. Correct. And now we're in charge, Mr. Speaker, and we're doing everything we can to stand up for the environment and stand up for Albertans, and we're going to do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, we're cleaning up the environment that they left behind. In fact, we saw record numbers of wells cleaned up last year, and we expect more this year. We're doing a great job, Mr. Speaker, and we appreciate everything the hardworking men and women do in the AER and elsewhere in the Alberta government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Speaker, I have a message from Albertans to Trudeau and his ilk. Alberta is a land of freedom and prosperity. Woke socialist ways do not belong here. Go away and leave us alone. Albertans do not like surprise NDP carbon taxes. Albertans fired the NDP. Trudeau and his NDP puppets, Mr. Speaker, are the very worst. Mr. Speaker, they are all bad. To the minister, why is Trudeau's carbon tax
The Honourable Minister of the Treasury Board and the President of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. It is clear the carbon tax isn't working. Federal Minister Guilbeault has said maybe it'll work in 2060, so the member's right. It's very bad. It's very bad. We know that this increase will cost Albertan households $911 a year. That's a $200 increase. We know that Trudeau and his federal government want Canadians to drive less. They've also said that they do not intend to help us continue to build roads across our province. He wants everyone to stop enjoying our province. Come April 1st, the carbon tax will increase 23%, making every aspect of life more.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Given the U.S. has no federal carbon tax, and given Canada's per capita GDP is falling like a rock, and given Trudeau wants to jack up his carbon tax each year to 2030, more than doubling it, harming Alberta businesses and families. To the minister, how do we fix the damage of this dead weight Prime Minister, the very worst ever, and his hated carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal carbon tax is a tax on a tax on a tax. Axing the tax will reduce inflation, increase affordability, create jobs, and attract investment. While the Bank of Canada stated that the Trudeau NDP carbon tax increases inflation year over year, our government's affordability action plan has already measurably lowered the rate of inflation for Albertans. We are also modernizing our electricity system to reduce the impacts of the carbon tax and lower Albertans' utility bills. Unlike Trudeau's carbon tax, our policies will actually reduce emissions.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Given Trudeau is an unwelcome guest in House Alberta, lying on our couch all day, throwing virtue-signaling garbage on the floor, watching himself on CBC all day, filling his mind with pablum mush, destroying Canada, aided and abetted by the useless NDP. To the minister, how do we kick Trudeau and his hated carbon tax out of House Alberta.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know every opportunity myself, fellow ministers and the Premier have to discuss the impact of the carbon tax that it has on Albertans we take at that level. This includes numerous conversations with the Liberal federal government, whether that's in FPT meeting settings, the Premier's joint letter signed with 6 other Premiers. I know the Premier's testifying to the Government of Operations and Estimates Committee tomorrow because they were deliberately ignored by the Finance Committee. And I heard that Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe had a very passionate testimony today, so we're not alone in this effort.
The order, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, this government is obsessed with making Albertans pay more in higher taxes and fees. They took nearly $700 million from Albertans when they de-indexed the tax code. They took millions out of the pockets of disabled Albertans when they de-indexed age. And this week, they will impose a $430 million tax hike on Albertans. But this budget also makes it more expensive for Albertans to buy a home with their more expensive land title tax. Will the minister agree this is a bad idea and cancel it?
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you recall, the NDP in 2017 cancelled the land titles transformation project, Mr. Speaker, and they literally sentenced Albertans to have to suffer through 4- and 5-month wait lists. They caused grief for the municipalities, for developers, realtors. It was a nightmare, Mr. Speaker. So do you know what? We can't make that same mistake, Mr. Speaker. So we're investing in land titles because we process $50 billion a year in land title transactions. We need a system to process that, and we need a way to pay for it, and that's what this is.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary, Falconridge.
Given that the government anticipates that this new tax will cost Albertans $45 million this year, $91 million next year, given that over 2 years they plan to raise over $100 million from Albertans looking to buy a home, given that this is the worst decision that a government can make during an affordability crisis, why is the government looking to target home buyers with more and more higher costs? Don't they see what a bad idea this is?
The Honourable Minister of Service Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can't stress enough, our province is growing at unprecedented levels. And as I said earlier, because our plan is working, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? We need to have systems in place to deal with that growth, so we need to invest in land titles. Mr. Speaker, as further proof, in the last 3 years, construction has started on more rental units than were built in the preceding 15 years combined. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we did increase the land title fee, but I can say this, it's still the lowest in the country, and we had a very light touch when we looked at it, Mr. Speaker. We think we got it right.
Honourable Member.
Given that this government is advertising Alberta as a place with lower house prices, given that under this government rent is becoming unaffordable, and given that if they have their way, it will become more expensive to buy a house, and given that Alberta families looking to buy a home shouldn't be punished with $500 in higher fees, will the minister explain why he is supporting this dream-killing housing tax, and will he stop it?
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this is all they got, it must be a slow news day for the NDP, Mr. Speaker, because I got to tell you, our economy is on fire. Our housing starts are through the roof. We saw the most housing starts in January since 2015, and we saw 48% more housing starts than January 2023. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we need a way to pay for this, but we think we got it right. We took a look across the country, and we made sure that we had the lowest land transfer fee by a country mile. We're 40% less than Saskatchewan, and we're about 75% less than most other provinces, Mr. Speaker. This was a very light touch and won't impact housing.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, it's going to be a cruel summer for Alberta students as they wonder how they will be able to afford their studies amid high tuition increases. In fact, Tuition has gone up by 33% in the last 4 years because of the UCP, and tuition is higher here than the national average. Does the Minister of Advanced Education want to tell students to cancel their summer plans because they will need 2 jobs just to get by? Or is this government planning to address these unfair and unaffordable tuition increases?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about the messaging that is coming from members of the opposition, especially at a time when post-secondary institutions, or world-class institutions here in Alberta, are trying to be globally competitive to attract faculty and international students. The fact of the matter is that tuition is at a national average across the country, and we our Budget 2024 budget is incredibly healthy, incredibly robust, and certainly these post-secondary institutions have lots of supports at their disposal.
Hear, hear. Member for Edmonton South.
Given that students are couch surfing, sleeping in cars, and turning to campus food banks all at record rates, and given that the government knows students are struggling because the UCP had to double the amount of money for student loans, which is the canary in the coal mine for student affordability, and given that students should be able to pursue their studies without incurring tens of thousands of dollars of debt, something previous generations were able to achieve, will the minister admit the UCP are the reason students could no longer afford their studies?
Good question. The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, we value the voices of students in this government, and in fact, during my engagement with post-secondaries across the province, I met with student leaders many times, and based on their feedback, we have capped tuition at 2% at public post-secondary institutions, and based on their feedback, we have reduced the interest rate on student loans, and based on their feedback, we have extended the payment and interest-free grace period for loans to 12 months. So again, we do take their feedback into consideration when we're looking at policy levers related to addressing affordability.
Hear, hear. Member.
Given that students should not be treated like cash cows for university, something the NDP have always understood, which is why we froze tuition, and given that under the UCP government, Alberta students have more debt than the average Canadian student, and given that post-secondary education unlocks bright futures and enriches our economy when students can afford to get degrees, will the minister explain why this government is comfortable with price gouging students who try to study in Alberta?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, student loans are up because enrollment is up. We have had record migration into this province. People all across the world and all across the country want to study at our world-class post-secondary institutions. Mr. Speaker, we have over $1.4 billion in supports to help students access post-secondary education. And we also have about $113 million in scholarships and awards for about 7,500 students across the province in Alberta. Again, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 for advanced education has a very, very healthy and robust budget.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue with the remainder of the daily routine.
Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give oral notice of Bill PR2, Community Foundation of Medicine Hat in Southeast Alberta Amendment Act 2024, sponsored by myself. Thank you.
Just wondered if the honourable member would confirm for me if PR2 is the Community Foundation of Medicine Hat and Southeastern Alberta Amendment Act, or Southeast?
Yes, it is the Community Foundation of Medicine Hat and Southeastern Alberta Amendment Act.
The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Speaker, I rise to give oral notice to Bill PR3, Providence Renewal Centre Amendment Act 2024, sponsored by myself. Thank you.
Honourable member for Livingston MacLeod.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give oral notice of Bill PR4, Rosebud School of the Arts Amendment Act 2024, sponsored by myself.
Here.
Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I have 5 copies of emails from the Life Lease, around the Life Lease Consumer Investigation Unit, proving what I mentioned earlier in my question.
Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table more emails from constituents, this time a constituent in Edmonton, who is urging the UCP and all members of this House to support Bill 205 and support rent caps.
Are there others? Seeing none.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, that brings us to points of order. And as earlier mentioned, at 150, 151, 152, 153, 155, and 157, points of order were raised. I'm not sure if the Honourable Government House Leader would like to deal with those in a group or individually, but I will call him to do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I dive into the points of order, given that this may take some time, I do wish to advise the Assembly that pursuant to Standing Order 7-8, the daily routine may continue beyond 3 p.m. With that said, I will combine the first 3 points of order, Mr. Speaker. The first point of order, the Leader of the Opposition was speaking at the time mentioned and said, as she normalized, when referring to the Premier, as she normalized bullying against the most vulnerable children. This is obviously against 23HINJ, which I usually have on me, but at this point in time I don't have, but I'm sure one of my colleagues will be able to find that for me in just a moment. But it certainly implies false motives and uses language that would create disorder in this chamber. So again, when referring to the, when referring to the Premier said, as she normalized bullying against the most vulnerable children. The second point of order would be during the second question that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition had said that the Premier is promoting misinformation. You cannot do, Mr. Speaker, indirectly what you cannot do directly in this chamber. Again, that would be referring to the word lying. There are many ways to go about using that term. Certainly misinformation and promoting it or suggesting a member of this chamber is promoting misinformation would be unparliamentary. And the third point of order is, as the time noted, saying the end of the question, which would be the third question, the first set of questions for the Leader of the Opposition, to the Premier, who is next on her hit list. Mr. Speaker, hit list is a list in which you create to kill someone. I don't think there's any suggestion otherwise, whether the Leader of the Opposition meant that or something else. I think the choice of language is abhorrent, and the Leader of the Opposition, being a very senior ranking member and long-standing member of this chamber, should know much better than to use that kind of language in this chamber. So, at your pleasure, Mr. Speaker, I do combine the first 3 points of order.
The Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Upon reviewing the comments and the questions, certainly it would have been more parliamentary to refer to government policy to marginalize, to refer to government policy normalizing bullying, and to the government actions in this case. I certainly would, on behalf of the member, apologize and withdraw for unparliamentary language and personalization used in these questions.
I appreciate the apology. I might just add, and typically speaking, the Speaker accepts those apologies without comment and considers the matter dealt with and concluded. However, in this case, it's reasonable to believe that the Official Opposition did so intentionally, which certainly does not help decorum inside this chamber, and I implore her to not do that in the future. Having said that, I do consider the matter dealt with and concluded. The Honourable the Government House Leader is rising on additional points of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fourth point of order I'll deal with on its own. This was with regards to conduct by the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood. There are two here that I'm combining. I called one, but hopefully I can deal with two at the same time. One is on the comments, which says, how can the two, as much as I can paraphrase without the blues that you have, Mr. Speaker, how can the same Premier now stand here today and dare attack the rights and safety of transgender Albertans, Mr. Speaker? I think it'd be important to suggest the Premier is deliberately standing in this chamber or outside of this chamber, for that matter, behind a podium, attacking anyone. We work for Albertans, Mr. Speaker. It is our job to do what's in their best interest, and as a government, we feel we're doing that, regardless of policy, whether the opposition agrees with it or not. At the same time, I would like to make a note about the use of props in the chamber. The member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood continues to use props with stickers on her laptop. You have provided caution on this already. At the time the member was speaking, stickers were clearly visible. I myself had a sticker on my laptop promoting a certain government agency that I felt was aligned with my beliefs and political beliefs, and I removed that sticker as was directed by the chair. The member opposite has not done that. Those stickers were clearly visible while on camera, and that is the breach of something you've already provided caution on.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the first point of order around language, on behalf of the member, I'll apologize and withdraw. On the second point, I'm afraid my back was turned to the member, and I was not able to see and did not realize the point of order had to do with props, so I cannot speak to that.
I will accept the apology, consider the matter dealt with and concluded. With respect to the use of props or stickers, I noticed that members who have elected to put stickers on their Legislative Assembly office devices have been fairly reasonable about ensuring that they are covered. I didn't notice that today. However, if they weren't, that is a point of order, particularly given the fact that I have provided caution. And I might just mention to members more broadly that those devices are Legislative Assembly office devices and not personal devices, and perhaps we can conduct ourselves in a manner that would reflect the fact that they are government property and not personal, or Legislative Assembly property and not personal property. But it is important that should they not heed that advice, those laptops need to be covered with the appropriate coverage if they don't remove those stickers on their own accord. And I am unaware of that happening today, but I encourage the Government Opposition House Leader to ensure that's the case in the future. And the Government House Leader is rising on the last point of order, or perhaps he has more than one?
There are two, Mr. Speaker. I called one, and the Honourable Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services also called one, but I'll argue that one separately. This point of order is with regards to the Leader of the Opposition. This comment was made off the record, not while speaking, so I don't know if it was caught up by the mics, but the Leader of the Opposition said while the Premier was speaking, "You are breaching human rights," and in a separate comment said also, "You are pandering to extremists." Those are comments directed at a specific member in this chamber. Those comments would clearly create disorder. They would impute false motives against the Honourable Premier. I think that is unparliamentary language. The Leader of the Opposition knows that, should know better, and would ask that those comments be withdrawn, apologize, and not use them any further.
The Official Opposition House Leader, I might provide some help to her in arguing this point of order, because I do have the benefit of the blues, and the statements that have been made by the Government House Leader will be confirmed by the Speaker, as I have the benefit of the blues. I'm not sure if that impacts your decision to rise and argue the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the member, I will apologize and withdraw.
Consider the matter dealt with and concluded. And on your last point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a busy day stacking up W's right now. My last one is with regards to comments made by the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood. Usually I would actually let this slide, but I feel that lately members of the opposition, while asking questions, are not doing so through the chair, but rather appear to be making direct comments to members across the aisle. In this instance, the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood opened her question by saying, "Let's talk about families, Premier." Now the question went on to say most parents I don't know that they were, most of them didn't know if the parents would have, if their parents would have consequences, and asking questions regarding policy. I don't take issue with the nature of the question. But I do again believe that if we're looking to promote decorum in this chamber, I believe that we should adhere to the rules that have been laid out, one of which is addressing the speaker and addressing the chamber through the speaker. That is clearly not being done in this instance, and I think it's a point of order. Would ask that that member in the future act more accordingly to the decorum levels that we are expected to have in this chamber.
The official opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for this point of order, I don't have the benefit of the blues in front of me, and so I will simply defer to your ruling. Based on what I have in front of me, I believe the member was speaking through the chair, but that may not be accurate.
I do have the benefit of the blues, and well, perhaps not the most egregious case of not directing comments through the chair this morning or this afternoon. I would take this as an opportunity to remind members that decorum is always increased when debate is depersonalized and comments are directed through the chair, and I will remind all members to act accordingly. I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Committee of the Whole.
Call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill number 14, Appropriation Act 2024. Honourable Mr. Horner, are there any comments, questions or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? Member from Castle Downs, Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill 14, the Appropriation Act 2024. So for those following along at home, since we've been in the legislature this last session, we've had a budget that has been introduced by this government. And I can tell you that it's really unfortunate to see that this budget is full of broken promises from this UCP government. There was a lot of promises that were made prior to the election, and this was a great opportunity for the government to fulfill those promises, and we haven't seen that. Bill 14 outlines a whole bunch of different areas where government has done spending. The major concern is that none of this spending actually helps Albertans deal with the affordability crisis that has been impacted and enhanced by this government. We attempted to bring up many of the issues in estimates and then again in supplemental supply to ask those questions that Albertans are asking about why this government is proposing this legislation, this bill, this budget that doesn't actually address the needs that Albertans are saying is important. At one point, there was conversations happening in estimates from the ministers that had nothing to do with their budget or the legislation. I have to say, Mr. Chair, that I've learned a lot about some of the personal lives of the ministers, but not a lot about defending this budget. And so when we're here in the chamber and we're talking about the legislation related to the budget, which Bill 14 is, it's quite concerning that the messages that we're hearing from Albertans is related to things like affordability, healthcare, education. And this doesn't address the real needs of Albertans at the time. What Albertans care about is wanting to know that when they need a doctor, they have one. So many of my constituents have reached out and have let me know that their family doctor that they've had perhaps for 20 or more years have either left the province or are retiring because of the chaotic state that this government has created for family physicians in the province. And so when you're sick, you should be able to go and talk to your family doctor. And if you don't have a family doctor, you should be able to adequately find one. Well, that's not the case. And we have a government that had this opportunity with their budget to provide some real assurances to Albertans about what possibly they could look forward to when it came to health care. Prior to the election, we heard a commitment that they would build the Edmonton South Hospital, the Airdrie Hospital, or the Airdrie Health Centre, sorry, the Cardiac Centre in Lethbridge. Surprise, surprise, this budget does not address any of that. One of the lines that we continue to hear from the health minister is that they are supporting a new standalone Stollery hospital. That is incredible. That is wonderful. As a mom who had a newborn baby at the Stollery and lived there with him in his first few weeks of life, I know the importance of a Stollery. But saying that you're building one and not the other doesn't make sense, especially when it was a commitment from this government and this premier that they would go ahead with that. And so when asked what the solution would be, because they are not going forward with the South Edmonton Hospital, the Premier said South Edmonton residents can drive to Red Deer. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Chair, when I was talking with my own family doctor about this, she said, I don't know whether to laugh or cry because it's so outrageous that the leader of the government is saying that, but absolutely heartbreaking for those Albertans that is the reality, that their premier is saying, if you need a hospital in South Edmonton, just drive to Red Deer. I don't know about you, Mr. Chair, but I know in my house when an emergency happens, you're trying to find the nearest hospital. You're not packing your bag and planning a trip to drive down the QE2 to see a doctor. That's absolutely absurd and offensive that that's the plan for this government. The fact that they left it out of the budget is awful, and it's a broken promise. We know that in the province of Alberta, we're seeing the Premier's budget numbers say inflation and population are set to grow by 6.2%, but the services that are outlined in the budget are stalled at 3.9%. So there's an acknowledgement from this government of what the expectation and the growth is, yet we're seeing a direct budget that reflects not even supporting that, not even supporting the growth of the population and inflation. So what that means is that those that are struggling are not getting the support that they need. When you come to the province and you're excited and you're going to build or buy a new home, you're now stuck with an additional $550 fee. Mr. Chair, when you're buying a new home, the whole process of moving period is quite expensive. You have just never mind the stuff that comes along into your home, but you're setting up your utilities, and all of those things have a fee. And when you're already paying skyrocketing utilities because the UCP took away the caps, it's a little bit of a slap in the face to have a budget that says, we're not acknowledging that you're struggling. We're not acknowledging inflation. We're not acknowledging the full capacity of population growth. We're going to charge you a little bit more. We're going to make it a little bit harder for you to see a doctor. This is not a budget that supports Albertans. And I know that this government is hearing it because my office gets CC'd in all of the emails when they're reaching out to the Premier's office, when they're reaching out to the Minister responsible for health or affordability. They're just not responding. And the biggest non-response is this budget. Bill 14 doesn't do anything to support what Albertans actually need. And to be honest, it's not unusual that we're in this place. This government has created absolute chaos in healthcare. And so to see something perhaps move towards supporting healthcare would have been nice. It's not in this. We've seen this government completely attack teachers during the pandemic, laying off $20,000 support staff, or 20,000 people, support staff for youth. Defunding and underfunding PUF. Perhaps when Albertans outcried that those were things that were important to them, that their kids are taken care of in school, that their kids should perhaps have a desk when they attend class, or even appropriate staffing would be nice. But no, that's not in this budget. Bill 14 does not address any of those things. And I don't think it's unrealistic to expect a doctor when you're sick, expect a hospital to be accessible to your community, and for your kids to have a properly funded school. Those are not things that are outrageous. They're not spends that a government can articulate and say, you know what, it's not worth it, but they did by producing this piece of legislation and this budget. It's embarrassing to look at this and to hear what Albertans are actually talking about and not to see it reflected at all within the budget. I know that this is something that we're going to be talking about for a few more weeks now. We've been in the budget mode since we came back to this House. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing anything that reflects what Albertans are actually asking for. So I'm really looking forward to continued debate on this budget, all of these pieces of legislation actually that relate to the budget. And I'm hopeful that perhaps the government will listen to Albertans and change their mind and do some of the things that they committed to do instead of just breaking their promises and pushing this legislation forward. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will cede my time. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. The member for Calgary Varsity has risen to speak.
Thank you. I very much would like to rise to speak to this bill. I will start with my comments around the health budget. First, I want to note that there are very few outcomes in the fiscal plan relating to this budget. So this will make it very difficult to measure the value of this multi-billion-dollar expenditure that Albertans honestly want to know about. They want honesty, transparency, and value. Albertans want to know that they're getting value for their money. We know that the outcomes in the health system will never be perfect. Every person won't get their service within the perfect amount of time. But we need to be moving towards those goals, and we need to have minimum standards. We need to even decide what those goals will be. When we're spending billions, as we know are needed, we want to know what we're getting for it. Now, I'll get into some specifics. We've been told that the cost of refocusing healthcare will be around $85 million. This is in addition to the cost of running the healthcare system. We note that the budget for the minister's office is increasing by 17%, that the budget for the deputy's minister's office is increasing by 22%, and the budget for the ministry itself is increasing by 25%. Combined, that's an increase of about $16 million. The budget for the health advocate is essentially flat. We've really not been told how this, or if this refocusing plan, with its very high price tag, we don't know how we will know if it has been successful. What are the metrics? We need to know along the way if progress is being made, not at the end of several years where we maybe have nothing to show for it. We know that the outcomes need to include access to care. That's one of the very important markers in healthcare. And with a growing population, we need to know the proportion of people getting care, not just the number getting care, as we are approaching 5 million people in this province. So we need to increase the resources that go into the healthcare system so that we can serve an increasing number of people. So we need that proportion, the proportion of people that are getting care when they need it. So we need to know that we're hitting some marks on timeliness, and we need to know that they're getting it where they need it. Also related to this issue of restructuring is we need to know exactly how this money is being spent. How much of this money is going to consultants such as Ernst & Young, who are doing a lot of consulting on this restructuring? We've not seen any breakdown or heard anything about what that dollar figure is. What are we paying for this service? And what service are they actually providing? When we come to expenditures for health planning, which I assume is probably a large part of the reason that these budgets are increasing, is Albertans want to know what the numbers are regarding current deficiencies, such as current lack of acute care beds. We know that many are closed due to lack of staff, but we know there's a deficiency of acute care beds such that people are staying sometimes days in emergency departments waiting to be admitted to hospital. And yet we also know that we're told we don't need more hospitals, and we would like to see the planning for that, so we know that we haven't truly wasted money on planning a South Edmonton hospital that now we're hearing isn't needed, yet we haven't seen any of the actual numbers that will tell us where these beds are going to come from. We anticipate that eventually, once the stollery is built, there's a budget item for planning the new children's standalone stollery, which is much needed. Totally agree with that. But we do not believe that the number of children's beds and cribs is going to translate into that many adult beds, and it's way down the line, and we need them now. So we need to know what is happening with this planning, future planning, and how are we going to be keeping up with the needs of our population. We also need a comprehensive workforce plan, and again, I am hoping that some of this money for refocusing, or this money that's going into the ministry, is going to be pulling together a comprehensive workforce plan. We know that one of the largest issues in healthcare today is a deficiency of workers. We used to have an advantage in Alberta. We've lost that advantage. We're now competing with every other province, and we're being outcompeted. So we're losing more and more physicians and nurses all the time. This workforce plan really needs to be put together not just by ministry staff, but we need the on-the-ground expertise of those that are providing the care. So AHS for one. We need the educators, that's our universities, our nursing schools, our medical schools, the colleges that are providing training, such as for EMS providers. and we need the professional associations, as all of these bodies will know what the current trends are in expectations of students, what kind of people are being recruited into these positions, and we need them all at the table. We also need to be including our Indigenous leaders, our Indigenous leaders in the healthcare sphere, to be at the table to help with the planning of how we can move forward on Indigenous healthcare. So we need to know what their thoughts are on how to improve the workforce to provide care by and for Indigenous people. So I'm hoping that we will have a very inclusive workforce plan, and that some of the funding will go towards putting together this critically important plan, and that Albertans will get a report. So a plan itself would be the first step. Then we need to see the plan, but we don't even know if there is a plan for a plan. And so I'm concerned about what we're going to be getting for the money that we're putting into this budget. Another major concern relates to the government's plan to improve primary care. This is another major deficiency in the health system. There are several initiatives mentioned that will improve primary care, but we don't really know what they are. They have titles, but no real description most of the time. And the only performance indicator listed is the number of practicing family physicians and nurse practitioners. Unfortunately, that's a meaningless metric. It does not measure how much primary care service is being provided. Many primary care physicians actually don't provide comprehensive primary care. They may work as a surgical assistant, or they may work a half a day a week providing primary care. Just counting the number is not meaningful. Also, in terms of nurse practitioners, in the plan, there is a number of nurse practitioners, but most nurse practitioners in this province do not work in primary care. They work in specialty care teams. And there's no separating out the role of those nurse practitioners. They're very much needed there and highly valued, but our outcome should not be the number of nurse practitioners, because it does not provide meaning. The other thing that we're not told is really what the plan is to increase that comprehensive team care, and how that is impacting the number of patients that can be cared for by any one physician. We know that there are some dollars flowing towards helping physicians with some administrative costs around the number of patients that they have in their practice, but the methodology of determining that is challenged, and I'm hoping that that will be improved so that we can actually look at those true numbers. So when it comes to this number of practicing family physicians, we need to know how that's arrived at. What does that mean? But more than anything, we need to be looking at some standardized outcomes so we can see what care we're providing. And there are standard outcomes used and reported by CIHI and by the Commonwealth Fund International Health Policy Survey, which reports internationally. Canada is part of that, and each province is part of that reporting. And we need to know that what we're doing in Alberta is actually resulting in improvements to care.
And I'll give an example. One example would be the proportion of seniors that are able to get an appointment to see a physician or a nurse that same day or the next day. And in 2021, the international level amongst high-income countries was 51% could get that appointment. In Alberta, this was 30%. Now, this was in 2021, and things have only gotten worse since that time, as we know that the number of people without a family physician is growing. They have nowhere to go, and this is adding to the number of people that end up in our emergency departments or end up not getting care when they need it, so they're more ill by the time they get their care, and they're not getting the preventive care that's required. The number of over 800,000 Albertans without a primary care doctor is a number that has been put out by the Alberta Medical Association, who run a doctor matching service and have enormously long lists of people who cannot get care. So we need to know how much of that money in this budget we're spending on this very targeted problem. And we need to know that we're measuring the outcomes so we can see progress and know when what we've achieved with the money we're spending. We also know that continuity of care is critically important in providing high quality care. So we want to assure that when we're spending our money, it's going towards the clinics and the physicians and the nurses that are providing continuity of care rather than episodic one-time care. So one of the services that is being funded is TELUS Virtual Health. I understand by contract from Alberta Health Services, but I can't see that anywhere in the budget. I'm not sure how much funding is going to this service, but this is not providing continuity of care. And so I think we need to look at where our dollars are going, and is this a temporary measure, or is this a long-term measure getting a foothold in our system that will actually erode the care of Albertans and harm their health, as well as cost us more in the long run because people don't have continuity of care? We also, besides knowing the cost, we need to know some dollar values around, or some metrics around how many people that access that service also then go see their family doctor the next day, or how many of those people just get sent to the emergency department because it's complex and that virtual service is unassociated with the ability to actually examine a patient, and therefore people may get sent in to the emergency department. And how is this better than HealthLink, where much service is also provided virtually to patients? So this kind of service does not help build the circle of care and the confidence that patients need that they're looked after. It instead creates silos. And while it may be necessary at times, we need to have transparency on this. That certainly relates to our budget. How much are we spending on this? And do we have a plan to look on what the long-term impact of that is? On the same issue, how much primary care funding is expected to go towards pharmacy health clinics? We know that there is an important but limited scope of care that pharmacists provide. The advertising and naming seems to extend beyond that. We've seen that in Ontario that there's even a situation where a Shoppers Drug Mart got an exclusivity clause on a mall so that no other healthcare providers could set up shop there, so family physicians could not set up an office there. Are we looking at limits on how these activities of care in this, again, another silo of care might be impacting our ability to improve our primary care system? So there are really no assurances in this budget or in the related plan that Albertans will see any real assurances that we will have an improvement in care. We have no assurances that there will be any measurement of the cost of the professional services provided by pharmacists, by TELUS Health, by other siloed care providers. And we don't even know what the costs of those are and what will eventually come of this. I'm also concerned about the EMS services. We've seen that there has been some increase to the EMS budget, but we know that about 1 in 4 or 5 of our EMS, about 1 in 5 EMS are out on sick time at any one time. And as we're looking at a major shortage of EMS providers, and now there's often ambulances that remain unstaffed, so we have a shortage of ambulances, much worse in rural areas even than in the city, then we have to look at retention of our EMS providers. 20% out at one time is too much, and when we dig in to find out what that's all about, we see that the largest issue there is for mental health concerns, largely PTSD, largely due to the trauma that's experienced almost every day by our EMS providers. And yet, there's nothing in this budget that looks towards supporting our EMS professionals to stay well. That is for their sake, but it's for the sake of every Albertan, because we need them, and we need them working, and we need them on the roads. And I wish that we could see that in this budget. There was a task force reported over 18 months ago, included many measures that would help with this issue, but we don't see anything in the budget that suggests we're actually moving in that direction. So with that, I would cede my time to the next speaker.
Thank you, member. Member for Sherwood Park caught my eye first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for Calgary Varsity for just a great review of healthcare. On behalf of the people of Sherwood Park in Strathcona County, and also as the caucus critic for municipal affairs, I'm happy to speak to Bill 14, the Appropriations Act for 2024. This act is key to Budget 2024, and Danielle Smith's budget is just full of, good point. The Premier's budget is just full of broken promises. Thank you very much, members. Our growing province needs a government that is focused on increasing the basic services that people rely on, and the government did not deliver any plan on how to fix the mess they made in our healthcare system, address the pressures in our schools, and deliver the government services. Their own budget numbers say inflation with population is set to grow to 6.2% this year, but they've stalled the budget at 3.9% growth. It's a 2.3% deficit budget. That means less money for schools, less money for government services, and less money for public health care. The province doesn't succeed unless we all succeed together. Strategic urban planning, infrastructure development, business-friendly initiatives. We can set conditions for our towns and cities to thrive. These municipalities that we have maintain this social fabric of our communities, from healthcare and education to community engagement and cultural enrichment. Municipalities are the architects of our social well-being.
And that's why I believe strong local governance is such an important part of empowering communities to be the very best that they can be for our province. That's the lens through which I view my job here in opposition. The Appropriations Act is this time to focus on solutions and ensure the government we have now makes the best choices possible for Albertans. Albertans can and should lead Canada into the future we all want to see. Thriving, sustainable, full of opportunity. But I would argue that at present, with this Appropriations Act, we are missing too many of those chances. The UCP is focused on the wrong things or creating distractions with its government bills and private members' motions. A bill stopping the Edmonton region from accessing funding to preserve, maintain, and manage the beautiful Saskatchewan River Valley? That's not what Albertans need. This would be great help for the municipalities that manage this recreation and environmental treasure in the Edmonton region. A bill to create a new police force, it was hotly contested campaign issue that the UCP pulled back from to get elected, and now in government is pushing ahead with an Alberta Security Service, even though the estimated cost will add $500 million annually to Alberta budget. This is a distraction for Albertans. We know that by 2050, our province is going to welcome another 2 to 3 million people by the province's own estimate. That's major growth, the kind you have to prepare for. And yet, when we look at the Appropriations Act tabled in the legislature 3 weeks ago, the big gap between where we're going and how we're going to get there is huge. Instead, we have a massive shortfall in infrastructure investment, cuts to community programs, hospital projects that are cancelled or deferred, only a fraction of the new schools that we need, and even more downloading of costs onto the municipalities, which are so critical to our province and how we manage our communities. Let's be clear, this budget invests the least in local infrastructure in modern memory. Every community in this room that we represent is short dollars. The government put forward in the fall the local government fiscal framework, which the municipalities asked for. But the amount of money that they asked for was far greater for being able to build the infrastructure that's critical to their communities. It's starting with less than half of what Alberta municipalities are telling us they need to meet the challenges they face with our growing population. It's more than $1 billion short. This Appropriations Act is short $1 billion for municipalities. On the other side, I just want to point out that education property taxes that municipalities collect on behalf of the provincial government are going up. And many of the areas that we are seeing an investment for this province still fall short of the population plus inflation. Total revenue in this province is estimated to be at $28 billion or $28,688 million. $28 billion. Municipalities are earning for the Treasury and through their collection of property taxes for the province. The municipalities bring in the third most tax revenue for the Treasury. Personal income tax is the largest source of revenue. Corporate income tax is the second largest. Municipal property tax collected for the province is the third largest tax revenue for this government. Personal income tax revenue, $15.6 billion. That's 54.5% of the tax revenue. Corporate income tax revenue, $7 billion, 24% share of our revenue. Education property tax, the provincial property tax that municipalities collect for the province, is $2.7 billion, 9.6% of the revenue for this province. Municipalities are truly economic engines, but they also are earners for the province. And they're not recognized that with the transfer back of funding for municipal governments. The local government's fiscal framework that we are projecting with this Appropriations Act is $7.24.2 million. Of that, $382 million will be provided to the cities of Edmonton, Calgary, and that means there's just $342 million for the rest of the province. And back to the property tax, strong growth in property values and increased development across our province mean that provincial education property tax requisitions are expected to grow from $2.5 billion in the last fiscal year to over $2.7 billion in this upcoming year. Municipalities are going to generate $2.7 billion for the provincial government, and the provincial government is only returning $7.22 million to municipalities. It is an unfair transfer of funds. For the local government's fiscal framework formula, education tax requisitions collected by Edmonton, Calgary are actually factored into the grants for our two largest cities. So even though they're outsized earners, at least they get a portion of that tax they collect for the province. This is not the case for all other municipalities. And many of our mid-sized cities, they contribute mightily to the revenue for the province. You know, just for example, from previous years of 2022, Strathcona County contributed $70 million to the provincial revenue. They're getting back about $12 million for the local government fiscal framework this year. Massively out-earning what they are getting back from the province. Spruce Grove generated $45 million in provincial education taxes collected. Red Deer, $44 million. St. Albert, $36 million. Airdrie, a fast-growing community, $33 million. And Cochrane, $16 million. The Appropriations Act is unfair to municipalities and wrong for so many other important provincial priorities. If this government brings it forward as it is, I will not be able to vote for it in its current form. The last thing I just want to bring up with this Appropriations Act, and this is a general comment on the government, loaded throughout all of the sections, is the notion and this commitment this government has made to the climate and to be carbon neutral by 2050. I take seriously this government's commitment to being carbon neutral by 2050, and I actually embrace it. But I do not see anything in the Appropriations Act that tells me that they are actually trying to move towards being carbon neutral by 2050. In the recent motion, in the use of the Sovereignty Within a United Canada Act, the government voted to support a commitment for Alberta to have a carbon neutral economy by the year 2050. It's embedded in there in the gish gallop around all the rest of the wording of that act, that use of that act. But when we look at some of our tools in our province to actually help municipalities and communities address climate change, there is less money going towards things that would mitigate and help us adapt for climate change. The Municipal Climate Change Action Center funding, which has a 5-year term, went from $54 million over 5 years up until now, and now it's going to be $28 million for the next 5 years. The government's actually cutting in half one of their best tools for helping municipalities address climate change. We have to keep in mind that every building built at today's minimum building code will need to be retrofitted by 2050 if we're going to be a carbon neutral economy by then. It's a really important thing to keep in mind and to consider. We start something tomorrow, we build it. If we don't build it to a net zero standard, by 2050 it needs to be at a net zero standard to meet this government commitment of a carbon neutral economy by 2050. And keep in mind that 45% of Alberta's emissions come from community and corporate buildings and transportation, all things that are governed by municipalities. Municipalities need the tools to help us address climate change and meet our 2050 commitments. What is Municipal Affairs doing to address climate change and help municipalities reach your government's commitment to a carbon neutral economy by 2050? Nothing. What work are you doing to mitigate climate change? less than you've done before. What is the government going to do to adapt to climate change? There's nothing in this Appropriations Act to show that we're going to adjust the changing environment and changing world we're living in with climate change. How are you going to help municipalities become carbon neutral by 2050? There is nothing in the Appropriations Act to address the incredible opportunity for Alberta in transforming to a carbon neutral economy by 2050, and there's nothing that's going to help Albertans get there on the timeline that we need to. That's only 26 years away. And just in wrapping up, Mr. Chair, in overall, when we look at this Appropriations Act, we are looking at a deficit budget. Make no mistakes. On paper, we might have borrowed money so it could look like a surplus, but it is a deficit budget. And rather than being felt by people, on paper looking like a deficit budget, it's going to be felt by people walking our streets, working our facilities, building our economy and providing local services. So I agree when the Minister of Finance says this isn't a champagne budget. But as I said before to Alberta municipalities, it's not a case of beer either. It's rather the half-empty cans you find the day after. No one is going to be refreshed by this budget. And more importantly, it leaves us in quite a bind. How do local communities keep pace with the kind of pressure even if we're going to see in just the next 4 years? We have a $1 billion shortfall in the local government fiscal framework, and we need to see that brought into this Appropriations Act in order to allow municipalities to do the good work that they do in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Any other members wishing to speak? The member for Edmonton McClung has risen to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasure to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill 14, the Appropriation Act 2024. And I will bring to light a number of local concerns that arise to my attention and to the attention of my constituents in reading the Appropriation Act, Bill 14, as we debate it this afternoon in the House. So, the bill is a reflection of the broken promises that the budget is littered with, Mr. Chair, that the government's failed on many, many accounts to live up to the expectations of Albertans who historically thought they could count on government to at least keep the fundamental infrastructure of the province in place and in good repair. Yet, no matter where we seem to look, Mr. Chair, there's an embarrassment of crumbling infrastructure, whether that be our roads, our bridges, our hospitals are in really disrepair and in need of replacement. University funding universities are suffocating, notwithstanding what the government is trying to tell Albertans about the level of funding there. Talk to nurses and doctors at Alberta hospitals, Mr. Chair, and you'll find the same thing is happening as well. I recently spent some time at the Misericordia Hospital, Mr. Chair, and it's heartbreaking to talk to nursing professionals there, and I'm sure the same thing may be true in your riding, Mr. Chair, in the West Block Hospital, where nursing shortages are causing staff to work 16-hour shifts on a regular basis. And I talk to nurses who I've seen in the morning, then I go there later on night to visit a patient there, and the nurse was still there. And I thought, holy smoke, this is well beyond an 8-hour shift. And sure enough, that nurse was working 16 hours. And I asked repeatedly to staff there about these shifts, and there are many, many nurses at the MIS and other hospitals that are working 16-hour shifts because of staff shortages. And they're not nurses to hire, and so these nurses are being burned out working 16-hour shifts, and it's a huge concern because there are not enough hours in the day for these nurses to go ahead and do the extras that used to be done in even acute care hospitals, such as actually bathing a patient once in a while rather than doing a bed bath instead. So that's one thing, Mr. Chair. Another thing, and it's at the MIS as well, we'll know that, of course, the former NDP government instigated a construction of the new emergency ward at the MIS, and at the time it was expected that there would be a new CT scanner dedicated to that hospital. Yet, after an expenditure of some $80 million, that is not the case. I find, Mr. Chair, in my recent visits to the emergency ward, had the occasion to talk to nursing staff there, and of course, that CT scanner was not replaced. It has a history of breaking down, and I brought this issue to the floor of this House before, imploring that the then Health Minister Copping go ahead and make the expenditure to get CT scanner replaced at the Misericordia, and that didn't happen. They're only about $2 to $3 million, and in the scheme of things, when you're looking at an $80 million new emergency room at the Misericordia, would have been something that would have fit into budget, but it just didn't happen. And emergency room doctors there are very, very disappointed that it didn't happen. And there's space, Mr. Chair, in that ER for potentially locating a new CT scanner, but it's unknown as yet whether or not the actual electrical infrastructure was put in place to allow that to happen. So what has to happen now, Mr. Chair, if in the new emergency ward, they're relying upon a CT scanner that is up to a 20-minute walk away from the new emergency department across to the other side of the hospital to get to the old CT scanner, which regularly breaks down and which was last broken down for about 5 weeks last year. So the whole hospital relies upon that one CT scanner, and it's a regional CT scanner that other hospitals and care units will send people to for CT scanning, and it's a risky situation to be in. So with respect to the expectations of this budget and the Appropriation Act that we're considering now, there are many missed opportunities, Mr. Chair, to invest in things that Albertans expect to have as a level of standard, or the standard of care in the province that is no longer apparently there. It's not in the interest of the government to make sure these basic and fundamental pieces of infrastructure are serving Albertans. And it behooves the government, I think, to really take a close look at some of the deficiencies that are potentially life-threatening, such as the CT scanner. If you go to an emergency room, Mr. Chair, and you need to have something investigated, CT scanner is a basic instrument now. If you go and you suspect that you may have perhaps, let's say, an abdominal aneurysm or something like that, even kidney stone, to differentiate between what you've actually got. The pain may be the same. A CT scanner is often used to make that differentiation, and it's life-saving if you can get that decision made and that information at hand quickly, so that the patient can receive the proper treatment. Yet we in Alberta in 2024 have decided through the UCP government decision and the budget and Appropriation Act that we're talking about now, not to make expenditures that would bring us back to the standards we expect, so that a hospital with a new emergency ward does not have a new CT scanner dedicated to it, and dare I say, another one to replace the old one so that the wider region could be served with a proper CT scanner. And these are critical infrastructure expenditures that the government is failing to make on a regular basis, and in many other ways. We're probably heading towards U.S.-style medicine in this province, Mr. Chair, given the direction of this budget and this government, particularly in the decision made not to fund the construction of a South Edmonton hospital. Now, the government has not really given an adequate or detailed explanation as to why, indeed, they made the decision. They claim it will cost $4.9 billion. Where this number exactly was manufactured from, I'm not sure of, but that is the backdrop against which they say they're backing away or pausing. It seems like they're just totally canceling the Edmonton South Hospital, which indeed is needed desperately in this city. And they're suggesting is that people should go to Red Deer perhaps instead, which is only an hour and a half away. Well, that's an absurd suggestion, Mr. Chair. The hospital, the South Edmonton Hospital, is badly needed. The last hospital to be built in Edmonton was the Grey Nuns, I believe, was 1988. And our population is growing, and it's something that the government should be planning and funding for, yet they're not. They like to boast about this growing population, but indeed they're failing to prepare our Alberta infrastructure to meet the needs of that growing population, which include investment in hospitals, which includes making sure that the proper equipment is in those hospitals, which includes funding the nursing staff that are required to run those hospitals. A good section of that emergency room, the new one at the MIS, sits idle and empty because the staff funding is not there. And that was years ago asked for by Dr. Jared Anderson and others, emergency room doctors, when they were talking about the CT scanner deficiency there. That was another one of their basic pleas, was for proper funding for staffing. And it begs the question, Mr. Chair, through the appropriations that we see in Bill 14 and the budget in general that we have seen come through the House through estimates and so forth in the past number of days, it begs the question, what is the government really up to? And it would surprise me not in the least to see a new proposal for another hospital in Edmonton come forward as a private hospital, period. Not a private surgical center, but an actual private hospital. And I can smell it coming. I would not be surprised to learn that the government is actually working on this and will bring it forward as a solution to Alberta's hospital bed needs, and say once again that the private sector is going to be riding in on a white horse to save the day. Mark my words, Mr. Chair, that would not surprise me. So that's one element, the hospital infrastructure, the healthcare infrastructure in general, the equipment shortages, the staffing underfunding, critical lack of staff in hospitals so that the nurses are doing 16-hour shifts on a regular basis. That's one element, but there's many other things. In the critic role that I play, Mr. Chair, I noticed in many cases a deficiency in what the minister responded to in terms of questions about the maintenance of our Alberta highways, our roadways. The Minister for Transportation and Economic Corridors seems to think it's fully acceptable, completely the norm, that approximately 43% of our Alberta highways are in poor, fair, or very poor condition. And that's a chronic figure. And Mr. Chair, I know you're well aware of this because there was a highway in your constituency, Mr. Chair, which is called Highway 55, where constituents of yours got together because they weren't getting answers from the government about repairing and maintaining that highway properly. They formed their own advocacy group and they contacted my office, and I went up there with other MLAs to drive Highway 55 wearing a t-shirt that said, "I can't drive 55 because it was in such disrepair." Now, it took that type of advocacy, Mr. Chair, for the government to actually move and do some resurfacing on that highway. But those folks up in the Westlock Barhead area on Highway 55 were not alone. There's other groups across the province that actually claim that their roadways are in worse condition, and indeed, it's not an uncommon thing for my office to receive on a weekly basis somebody else complaining about their particular highway being in disrepair and having deferred maintenance. And it seems as though that 43% figure, that the needle hasn't really moved on that for years. And I think that it's time, if we're looking at improving our economic corridors and getting them to the standards that we expect in 2024, knowing that we're increasing population and more traffic on our roads and a desire to increase tourism to the province, that the investment should be commensurate with those expectations and those growing needs. And the government is incumbent upon the government to make sure that those dollars are ready and available. But yet, the transportation ministry seems to be the low ministry on the totem pole, Mr. Chair, on a regular basis. Otherwise, that percentage would change. 43% of our highways in either poor, very poor, or fair condition on an ongoing and chronic basis is not acceptable in a province that wants itself to be known as a go-to province. These are basic things. Like the government likes to talk about in its estimates, in its budget, aspirational railways and spending up to $9 billion on a railway that will go between Edmonton and Calgary to move people at a higher speed. Well, in fact, that may or may not be the solution to the problem that we need in order to get people between Edmonton and Calgary. One of the things that's staring us in the face, Mr. Chair, is actually the quality of the roadway between those two cities. And indeed, if it was improved, we might see people more safely traveling on it. The QE2 and other roads in this province are woefully under-maintained, and the fact is that people complain about them, and the complaints largely follow on deaf ears. The other element of that, of course, Mr. Chair, is that 75% of our bridges are not rated in good condition. And that's a huge, huge deficit. We spoke about deficits. The government likes to talk about not having a deficit. It's a surplus budget. Yet there's an unwritten deficit that doesn't show up necessarily on the balance sheet, Mr. Chair. It's that deficit of deferred maintenance and neglect. And that's evidence in our highways. It's evidence in our bridges. It's evident in our hospitals. Like the Misericordia was built in 1969. It probably needs replacement as well. And yet the government's failing to consider building the South Edmonton Hospital. Whether the MIS will get replaced in my lifetime is an open question. But the same scenario happens no matter where you go down the line. If you want to talk about education, when we were in government, we got 200 school projects completed. They weren't just renovations. There were 200 schools, the biggest school build ever, about $2 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And yet, we have very, very few schools being built, relatively speaking, by this government in a time when we have a huge population increase, and it's a failure of this government to cradle those people who are coming in and build the infrastructure and supports and fund them properly. That is going to end up costing us dearly, because people will come, Mr. Chair, to the province, but what you want, as in any type of process where you're trying to attract people to do something, whether it's in business or in government, you'll get your first pieces of business, but you want the referrals and repeat business to keep on coming. You want those people who come to tell their friends and neighbors that they have had a good experience here, Mr. Chair, and that experience will mean they were able to buy a house and afford to buy a house. They found that their utility bills were something that were within their means to pay. They had a school that their child could go to in the neighborhood that they lived or close by. The hospital that their mother-in-law would go to when she visited was adequate and had a bed that would serve her. And if you had to go to long-term care, there was a place that was going to be respectable and worthy, comparable to what they left in, say, Nova Scotia or other parts of the country. Yet we don't have those things, Mr. Chair, in the abundance that one would expect in a province so wealthy. The government's focus has been on anything but looking at our fundamental infrastructure needs. And that is something that it has to change, Mr. Chair. And I don't know what it'll take for this government policy focus to change the themes of the Appropriation Act that we see and the patterns of spending that are consistent in this budget, that there's a Band-Aid approach that is going to fail us in the long term. As we all know, when it comes to transportation, Mr. Chair, it costs 5 times more to rebuild a road than it does to properly maintain it over time. And that is the deficit. That's something that this government has been willing to accept and live with for decades. And I don't see it as changing in the near future, particularly if you look at the current bill before us and the expenditures that the government is planning to make. They are finding that they're looking to have a bottom line and claim that they have a surplus as an example of their economic management. But in fact, it shows that they are absolutely operating contrary to what they boast about. They are a tax-loving group of Tories who have raised the cost to Albertans who want to come here by a lot of money. They've raised the cost of buying a home, for example, by around $550, $650 by raising the land titles registration fees unnecessarily at a time of an affordability crisis. And I can tell from experience, Mr. Chair, that when people sit down with their mortgage broker or their real estate agent to do their interview, considering qualifying for a house, indeed, what the story usually is that it's a really tight calculation, Mr. Chair. That calculation will involve the buyer scrambling together whatever they can from their assets for a down payment, and not only that, between $2,000 to $3,000 in closing costs, which will include land titles, registration fees, and so forth. And with that, I think that I may save some time and conclude my remarks on during debate.
Thank you, Member. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 14, Appropriation Act 2024. When the committee rises, are you agreed? All opposed? That's carried. Committee of the Whole will now have under consideration Bill 15, Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2024. Honourable Mr. Horner. Are there any members wishing to have comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? Member for Edmonton Meadows has risen to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to rise in the House to speak to Bill 15, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2024 on behalf of my constituents, because I've got a lot of feedbacks on this government's very first budget. Mr. Chair, when I say very first budget, this is UCP government's first budget after the elections, and not only my constituents in Edmonton Meadows, but Albertans who were promised big time in the province of Alberta during the election by the UCP campaigns. So they were excited. They were so much hopeful. I'll give you the example why they were. And this budget as much as came as a big disappointment to them. So one of this is during the elections, even though we had a history of stands and positions on the South Edmonton hospitals in the past almost 5 years during the UCP government, but this premier actually promised Albertans and particularly Edmontonians one new hospital that was already announced by the previous NDP government in 2017, and the UCP government following that delayed that project twice. But this premier during the election promised that in the election that will be their one of the first tasks to complete when they come in power. So that didn't happen. They got very discouraging, unexpected response, not only the constituents of mine in Edmonton Meadows, but a lot of Albertans who voted UCP in the past elections. Not only the UCP voters, but also I've been in conversation with the past UCP candidates in the South Edmonton ridings. They are very, very disappointed because they also made this their election promise and they were misinformed. They are feeling they were misinformed and they're feeling betrayed because the UCP government under this premier, the previous term, they told that this was their one of the top promise or agenda, and they also misinformed that NDP government was not going to build it. This is the UCP government that will complete the project. If they have the government willing to speak to this, you're most welcome to stand up and share your concern. I have no problem in that. But that is the truth, what had happened. And that is the biggest concern. And the concern not only because this hospital is not coming anymore, the sign, on the site that was showing the hospital is coming is also taken away, moved from that site. And the people are every day coming to emailing my office, walking into my office, and going to social media and sharing their concerns. And I hope that the UCP MLAs also would get feedback on that, because I know many of the UCP members, they took to social media claiming that they had voted UCP in the past election and they're very disappointed what they have done after winning the election. So the Albertans are going to pay the cost of this, the direction of the government's decision-making by not moving ahead on the promised project. The healthcare is already in crisis. Doctors are not taking new patients. Doctors are overburdened. There's no new doctor actually introducing the practices in the communities, in primary care service areas, and the shortage of staff in the hospitals already, number of other issues, shortage of beds. I just wanted to come back to the issue. This hospital was specifically going to serve the 500 bed shortage in the capital city, even though that was going to happen when this hospital was going to be complete. And the 500 bed shortage is in capital city is today. But the hope the Edmontonians and my constituents and the constituents in the Edmonton South ridings, and mostly I would say everyone who lives in Edmonton South Side is disappointed because this is gonna make the bad situation worse. And on top of this, what was disappointing when Premier was asked by the media and maybe by their own party members, and Premier came out with suggesting that the people from South Edmonton, they can drive 1.5 hours to Red Deer to seek the healthcare services they need. So very disappointing. And education is another part. So I was listening to the Premier's speech, pre-budget speech, and I'm just appalled to see how to process this and what had happened. And the Premier was saying she has instructed the Finance Ministry to stay below the inflation and the population growth.
Point out, we are on Bill 15, the Supplementary Supply Act. I have allowed a fair bit of latitude in comments with regards to that. What I do have a little bit of difficulty trying to understand, we've moved into the subject of education expense, but no education expense is identified in supplementary supply. So if you could please bring your comments towards Bill 15, Appropriation Supplementary Supply, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate, your guidance on this. I will go back to this bill again when we were discussing the advanced education expenditure in this Bill 15 Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2024. There is this is the only government members, they cannot see that the huge outcry by the post-secondary students. They're going to pay almost $200 million more in the post-secondary fees. So what is proposed in this bill doesn't really address the concerns and the issues that I hear every day in my constituents expect me to raise in this chamber. So the post-secondaries got huge cut under the previous government. It was more than $750 million cut to post-secondaries. Their buildings are struggling to get timely repair, maintenance. They ended up cutting staff, and the debt is being downloaded to the struggling students. When I'm saying the students, the Alberta is already lost in the line in the countries when we see the wage growth. The affordability has hit very hard, specifically to the young individuals who are working hard to build their life and build their future. And in this budget, when we say the supplementary supply we're going to vote, definitely we're going to vote on advanced education and the other stuff. So my constituents are looking at it, how it will really going to address their concerns and how it is going to address the post-secondary education and the challenges in the post-secondary educations. Not only the students are facing, but the post-secondary institutions itself. So, affordability crisis, the Albertans were expecting, as the government promised. I know this UCP government, previous UCP government under the same premiership, deferred or pushed back their 4 years promise. They were going to give $100 affordability rebates to buy the votes to get into the elections. And that payment ended right after the provincial elections. but Albertans are still struggling. They didn't receive any help. The wages are stagnant. The wage growth is the slowest in the country. And not only the inflation hike, unexpected inflation the world actually experienced, and Alberta is not immune, but Alberta on the other side has a disproportionate impact of inflation. And on top of that, the utility bills are skyrocketing under this government, and a number of other things that the people rely on their daily lives, as insurance is one of them. So highest insurance rate in the country. When it's come to the expense that Albertans should pay to afford bare minimum, the basic life, the necessity of their life, that's keep going up. But when it comes to wages, wages are unexpectedly or unprecedentedly actually lower or slowest growth in this province. So this budget does not provide any help to my constituents, or what do I hear about the concern I hear every single day in my riding and in my community. And I definitely wanted to say it for the sake of the record, if someone is watching from my riding, and anyone of who come to my office or send me an email sharing their concerns and their challenges, I want to say for the record that this budget does not address anything that the Albertans are worried about. And the Bill 15 we're discussing, unfortunately, does not provide any option or help that Albertans are looking for. And in this budget also, I know the Ministry of Immigration has written to the federal government to increase their share in the federal immigration program, to take more immigrants, to fill the gaps in labor shortage and skill shortage. But the worst thing was to see that ministry also got huge cut in support to newcomers. So it does not also provide me a rationale. How does it make a sense when the online web portal, application portal right now is paused and the files are not being moved? The ministry already didn't have enough resources to put in to speed up the process, but in this budget, the ministry has got further cuts. So how they are going to support that newcomers' support services? And the infrastructure budget was quite concerning. We see over 25,000 students, new students to schools every year. And this year, if I'm not wrong, the Alberta has nearly 28,000 new students in school. This budget did not provide any additional funding to the student growth. And it's also important to mention that right now the ministry confirmed me during the budget estimates there are only 7 schools under construction right now that will, in the province, and that will not meet the demand in the education system. And the worst part of that is those all projects are going under P3 models. And where the expense is always high, the cost is always increased, and the projects have been delayed. This is not what I'm saying. This is what the UCP infrastructure, previous infrastructure minister has said in this house not even long ago, about a year ago. And he canceled a number of projects. I don't know why this government one way is spending more money on P3 models when investing into education, and why they reversed their decision for not doing it. But same time, we're voting something under Bill 15 that doesn't really help my constituents and Albertans and the questions and the concerns of everyday Albertans we have. I'm hearing from parents who purchased their new homes or moved to new places because of looking the area close to school, paying extra cost, but ended up seeing that there's no spaces in the school. With that, I will actually conclude my comments, Mr. Chair. So, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Honourable member. Committee, we have in front of us Bill 15, money bill. Message from Her Honour Lieutenant Governor recommend for consideration this bill. In the preamble, the bill supplementary supply estimates accompanying the message that the sums hereinafter mentioned are required to defray certain charges and expenses of the public service of Alberta not otherwise provided for during the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, and for other purposes relating hereto. So we are on Bill 15. Please direct your comments to the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Bill and judge yourself accordingly. The member for Edmonton Southwest has risen.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to Bill 15, the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2024. Let me begin by saying that I have been looking at the general numbers and hoping to find a silver lining. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find that silver lining. This act, much like the budget, is a budget of broken promises, a bait and switch from the election, actually, Mr. Chair, when Albertans were promised all kinds of announcements only to be told that, well, sorry, we were just kidding. The cancellation of this South Edmonton Hospital comes to mind, and I perhaps was too hopeful in hoping that I would find some extra money here in the Act that would be devoted to the South Edmonton Hospital. Now, as I talk about and debate Bill 15, I want to make sure that I set the context, because numbers tell a story, and a bill is simply a vehicle to help government and all of us in this legislature to help realize the dreams and opportunities of Albertans. And so I think that context, Mr. Chair, is important. First of all, I think it's important for me to note that the problems that Albertans currently face are dire, as Alberta is in the worst affordability crisis in a generation. Many Albertans are facing higher housing costs, power bills, grocery bills, insurance costs, tuition, and property taxes. Many Albertans are living paycheck to paycheck, and hundreds of thousands of people are on the brink of houselessness. This is the backdrop to which Bill 15 is currently being debated. According to a Food Bank Canada report from late 2022, Albertans access the food bank at an increased rate more than the double national rate in comparison to pre-pandemic levels. And according to data from rentals.ca, Edmonton has the highest rent increases in Canada at 20% year over year. Mr. Chair, this is all relevant because at the end of the day, as we consider Bill 15, the question that we have to ask ourselves in this House is it adequate? Is it serving the needs of everyday Albertans? And overwhelmingly, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, as I consider this bill, I would say that the answer is no. Now more than ever, we need the government to make decisions that make life affordable for everyday Albertans, and we need the government to ensure that utility costs remain or are affordable and brought down so that Albertans can heat their homes and so that Albertans can put food on the table, so that they can afford staying in the place where they're living and in some cases obtain an affordable home. We also need to ensure that Albertans have well-paying jobs. We need to ensure that we have a quality healthcare system so that Albertans can seek the help, the medical care they need, where and when they need it. And of course, we also need to maintain a quality education system and ensure that Alberta families have access to affordable childcare. In the face of rising costs everywhere, Albertans need a government that prioritizes their well-being. And Mr. Chair, I've mentioned these facts in the House before, and I'll mention it again because, as I have said, its context is important and numbers tell a story, including the ones contained in Bill 15. Utility bills have doubled over the last year. Auto insurance is up 30%. Tuition is up almost 30%. And municipal taxes have increased due to funding cuts downloaded to municipalities. The number of doctors accepting new patients has collapsed by 80% over the past 4 years. School and bus fees are up. Alberta students get less funding than anywhere else in this country. And we're still short many thousands of educational assistants after this government made cuts. The challenges ahead are not going to get any easier, and so as demonstrated by some of these key numbers. And according to page 26 of the government's own fiscal plan, Alberta's real GDP per capita is expected to stagnate between 2022 and 2027. Mr. Chair, this government prides itself to be a government that is able to put forward the Alberta advantage. And yet, according to the government's own words, quote, real GDP per capita is falling behind. And that means that life is only going to get tougher for everyday Albertans over the next several years. In addition, as recently as yesterday, the Bank of Canada warned that waning productivity growth is an outright emergency. In this context, productivity means that Canadians are equipped with the tools they need to accomplish more in the same amount of time. Yet, according to the Bank of Canada, Canadian productivity is similar to where it was 7 years ago. Why is this relevant and why is this important? This is important, Mr. Chair, because governments, through economic diversification, public education, research funding, bear a large amount of responsibility in growing productivity. So this brings me to Bill 15. And as I have heard every day when I speak to my constituents, Albertans want this government to fix the problems we are facing in Alberta today and ensure a prosperous future. This government brands this budget as a responsible plan, but it is anything but. And in fact, it will not deal with the major issues that everyday Albertans are facing, not only today, but also tomorrow. I'll focus on productivity growth because as I look at the numbers again, Mr. Chair, I do not see any investment in ensuring we have a viable economy in the years to come. One of the best tools of any government is to ensure long-term productivity, is to actually invest in our public research universities. But when I look at the numbers within advanced education, it isn't what is included in the supplemental isn't actually even enough to address the cuts over the last many years. And so even the amounts that's in this bill is simply not enough to ensure that we have a well-supported and well-funded post-secondary system. And when we look at the base operating grant this government is giving to Alberta's largest university, the University of Alberta, it leaves a lot to be desired. This year, the University of Alberta's base operating grant will be the same amount received in the last 2 budget years. Now, mind you, during the last 2 years, inflation has increased over 10%. And further, when we look at our province's second largest university, the University of Calgary, we see a similar story. Today, there's news that the U of C relies on student tuition more than its provincial base grant for its budget. On top of making the cost of living worse for Alberta students, this government is missing opportunities to grow Alberta's productivity. Investing in advanced education, like universities and colleges, means that Albertans have the skills and know-how to adapt to an ever-changing world and fill the jobs needed in the economy of tomorrow. So I think it's extraordinary to think about the economic impact that university and college graduates generate over their lifetimes, but we're not seeing this government making the necessary investments, both in this supplemental bill and also in the budget. This government is underfunding its public research university, and frankly, Mr. Chair, it represents a missed opportunity. It represents a missed opportunity for Alberta's economy and for our economic future. Consider the economic impact of both the University of Alberta and the University of Calgary. So according to an economic impact study from R.A. Malatest and Associates released last April, for every dollar the government invests in the University of Alberta, as an example, there is an economic return of $4.80. And similarly, according to a 2020 analysis for the University of Calgary performed by HR Hanover Research, that institution's quantifiable economic impact is $17.3 billion. Although the government may tell us that they value education and ingenuity and innovation, that simply isn't the case when you look at what this bill is doing for Alberta's universities and colleges. It simply isn't enough. This supplementary bill and the general direction of this government is missing significant opportunities. It's missing significant opportunities for us to harness the potential and the talent within this province. The government obviously cannot control global economic changes. You know, I certainly understand that. But it can shape how Alberta's economy adapts to the changes in the global economy. The government can ensure that talent within Alberta and Albertans are equipped with the best education possible so that they are resilient and are able to adapt to the changing economy of the future. And Mr. Chair, that means by harnessing the potential within Alberta's public universities and colleges. And we're not seeing that in Bill 15. Instead, what this government is doing is that it's breaking its promises to Albertans and thereby holding every Albertan back because we're not investing in the full potential of this province. And moreover, families are being left behind. You know, as I mentioned during the budget debate for the Ministry of Jobs, Economy and Trade, automation poses a significant risk to Alberta's current workforce, especially in the oil and gas sector. I think it's relevant to note that according to Ernst & Young, as well as by McKinsey and several other actually research organizations, many have noted that the workforce and the nature of work is changing, and by 2030, globally, millions of jobs will be lost to innovation. What's unclear in both the budget supplemental and Bill 15, as well as the larger budget, is how this government is committed to tackling the changing economy. Mr. Chair, we have an opportunity in this House today to make decisions to get ahead of these trends that will impact Albertans for generations to come. The old way of doing business won't cut it anymore, and Alberta needs a government focused on building the economy of the future, and that means an economy that has the ability to adapt. That means investing in energy transition. That means investing in post-secondary education and research and innovation. It means adequately funding our public education systems across this province and ensuring that every student has the support that they need. So I'll give you one more example about why this government just isn't willing to meet this moment in time, and I think we are at a critical moment, Mr. Chair. First of all, the government introduced a self-defeating moratorium on renewables that caused harm to Alberta's economy. And not only did it add new and unnecessary regulations, it also destroyed investor uncertainty and the province's reputation as a stable and predictable place to invest. It absolutely did. It absolutely did. I was hoping that these supplements would show that this government is serious about ensuring that we are ahead of the opportunities, the very robust economic opportunities present in the renewable energy sector, but certainly much to my disappointment, there is no such investment in the supplementary bill. Mr. Chair, Alberta has the potential to be home to a thriving and competitive renewables industry. And the strict rules the government has introduced last month leads to further investment uncertainty. It signals to the world that we're not open for business. Bill 15 itself, as a whole, sends this message as well, because I should note that there is no supplementary funding for the Ministry of Jobs, Economy and Trade. And Bill 15 also represents a missed opportunity to support the diversification and resilience of Alberta's economy. It represents really the crux of the problem that we have in this House with this budget, and that is it demonstrates this government is out of touch with the priorities of Albertans. And with that, Mr. Chair, I cede my remaining time to my colleagues. Thank you.
The member for Calgary-Beddington has risen to speak.
Thank you so much, Chair. Bill 15. Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act. I do love how much you learn in this job. So supplementary supply estimates, this is where we report additional requirements for public money to fund the operations of the offices of the Legislative Assembly and the government, and that's for this fiscal year that we are in right now. So as I understand things, a request for an additional $412 million in operating expenses, $4.5 million in capital, and $304 million in financial transactions. And this was another learning piece for me, because of course I know what the operating and capital are, but financial transactions, that was a new one for me. So I did take a look at that, because of course $304 million is not an amount to be sneezed at. And so for folks at home, many of whom I'm sure are watching right now, who might be wondering, as I did, what this was for, because this is a big amount, right? This is almost as much as the ask for operating expenses, and as it turns out, the vast majority of that $304 million is for a single ministry. And it is for advanced education. So it is just about $280 million of the $304 million flows into advanced education. And this amount was requested for a single purpose: to provide funding for student loan disbursements related to disbursement increases in 23-24 and an encumbrance from 22-23. So that's really a big mouthful. But what does it mean? Well, it turns out that all this money is needed due to increased demand for student loans. And those student loans are needed to cover the rising cost of living and education costs. So this was an interesting find for me, because of course Conservative governments are, this one and many across the country, talking about that need to tighten the belt, to bring spending under control. They present budgets that don't fund for population growth, they don't fund for inflation. And I think what we see here is really a direct result of that ideology, because what happens when a government cuts services, cuts programs, cuts grants to things like advanced education is that they just download those costs to everyday Albertans. And I think this is exactly what we've seen in post-secondaries in Alberta. So over the last 5 years, the UCP have cut almost $1 billion from post-secondaries across Alberta. For the first time ever, we learned this today, provincial funding levels for the University of Calgary are below what the institution collects from student tuitions. So, I do worry that the system is maybe working exactly the way the government wants it to work. Maybe the government balance sheet looks better, or maybe they can go to Albertans and say, look, see here, we're, keeping expenses under control, we're keeping the spending down, but, really it's a shell game. And so this $280 million that we see here in supplementary supply estimates needed, again, to cover the increased demand for loans, to cover that rising cost of living for students. And that rising cost of living, really it kind of falls directly at the feet of this government. So these cuts to municipalities, cuts to advanced education, things like holding funding on social services flat in the face of a growing population. All of these things are ways that the government increases the cost of living for everyday Albertans. Of course, students are a part of this group, and students are having to pay tens of thousands of dollars in tuition fees. And I hate to age myself, but it really wasn't that long ago that actually it was possible for someone to complete a post-secondary degree with no or minimal debt. And certainly I know that wasn't the case for everyone, but for those of us who were living in cities with excellent post-secondary institutions where we could continue living at home with the very gracious support of our parents. I talked to a lot of parents, definitely in my riding of Calgary-Beddington, and what we talk about is how those days are over. For folks of means, for wealthy families. There are some people, of course, who can afford to pay tuition for their children, and so they're not having these students who are needing to apply for these student loans. That's why the government's asking for this money here. But for working class folks, for the middle class, those parents know they can't do it. There's simply no way to do it. So I looked up the cost of my program. Just wanted to see how much it costs these days. So a Bachelor of Commerce at the University of Calgary. And so I know it was 20 years ago that I completed this program, but I was able to complete it and graduate from that without debt. Thank you very much, Mom, for feeding and sheltering me at no charge. Good job, Mom. Major shout out to the moms. I couldn't have done it without that. And yeah, sure, it did take me an extra year to complete that program, of course, because, you know, I had to defray the costs over an additional year, you know, spread it out a bit so I could make enough money to cover the tuition costs, you know, have the time to make that money, but also, you know, spread out the number of years over which I paid for those courses. But anyways, my point is that it was possible. It was very possible 20 years ago. So I looked at the program today. What would it cost for my kids today? You know, are my kids going to be these students who are going to be having to get these student loans? And so the program today would cost close to $50,000. $50,000. So I have 3 kids, so I automatically triple the cost of everything in my head, be it, you know, winter boots or curling registration or lunchroom supervision fees. So $150,000. So I don't know a lot of parents who are able to foot that kind of a bill. And certainly I don't think that students are in a good position to foot that kind of bill either. I think we know that students right now are facing an affordability crisis. We know that students are using food banks in record numbers. And so we're asking these students who, I mean, to be perfectly clear, should be focusing on their education, right? Should be focusing on their learning, but they're not able to do that because instead they're having to step in and backfill the UCP's defunding of our post-secondary institutions. So, here we are. We've got the government coming with this ask for an additional $280 million for this increased demand for student loans to cover that rising cost of living and education costs. And I heard something in the House earlier today that I thought was relevant to this discussion on supplementary supply. Because, you know, I know the government, you know, they want to say they're doing things, they want to say they're taking action. It's not lost on me that the action that they should be taking is simply to properly fund our post-secondaries. You know, that's not an action that we see happening through the budget. It's not an action that we see happening through supplementary supply, right? So rather than properly funding those post-secondaries as a way to keep tuition low, right? Instead, we're relying increasingly on students having to borrow money to be able to pay for that tuition. So the action I heard about today was to increase the interest fee-free period on loans to 12 months. So sometimes I think that people I think maybe when you get kind of far away from those years, you can forget a little bit what it's like to be a young person, you know, what it's like to have the kind of debt that you can have from tuition to graduate and have these tens of thousands of dollars of loans that you have to pay back. I remember my first job post-university, so I took that shiny Bachelor of Commerce and immediately started working for a nonprofit. Where I made $28,000 a year. So I know that wages have risen a little bit, certainly over the last 20 years, but in fact wages, especially here in Alberta, are not keeping up with increases, with the rising cost of living, with increases to things like the cost of tuition. So, you know, for me it was a possibility to take that degree and to put it to work in a field that I was very passionate about. And so my concern, of course, for young people starting out is that they would have the same ability that I had, you know, to be able to pursue a passion, to be able to build skills, to look for jobs that provide them with the opportunity to learn, to grow, rather than just looking at the job that's going to make them the money they need to pay off these student loans. So my concern when I see these huge numbers on student loans, right, this $280 million, is that our young people are in that place where they're having to make choices that are solely based on money. And my concern is that during a time when Albertans need to be able to advance their education, and where we should be encouraging our youth to actually stay in the province to seek that higher education, that the UCP is making it harder. They're making it less accessible. I worry that the path the UCP is taking the province down will mean that universities and colleges will have to rely on more volatile funding models. And I think that with that we could see, you know, an increasing deterioration in our post-secondaries. I did have a few other thoughts on this, but I know that I have colleagues who would like to speak on this bill as well. So I am going to take my seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, member. I will recognize the member from Cypress Medicine Hat to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Here we go.
I rise today in support of Bill 15, the Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2024. If passed, the funding will support our province's refocused healthcare system, fund agricultural disaster response, and foster safe and welcoming communities that Alberta is known for.
Well, that sounds good.
When I talk about funding, I want to highlight that our fiscal choices today affect the generations of Albertans that will follow, just like my children. Fiscal responsibility is about ensuring Albertans today get the medical and educational and other support services they need while maintaining the conditions of prosperity, growth, and opportunity for generations to come.
Well said. Well said.
It is my understanding that these supplementary estimates request funding for 13 ministries to help provide for various programs, services, and obligations. This distribution is to best help Albertans today and prepare for future generations. Our government understands the importance of healthcare services to Albertans, which is why these supplementary supply estimates include a request for $133 million in health. With funding, we can continue to strengthen our primary healthcare services here in Alberta. Every Albertan should have access to timely and appropriate healthcare services, and our government's dedicated to ensuring this. Through initiatives like modernizing Alberta's primary healthcare system, as I mentioned before, we can fortify primary healthcare delivery across the province. Agriculture is an industry very important in my riding. Agriculture isn't just important in my riding, Mr. Chair, it's important across Alberta. With our beautiful viewscapes, prime agriculture lands, Alberta farmers, ranchers, and livestock producers bring food to our tables and the plates of countless people across the globe. I know many in my constituency and many in rural Alberta work in this very important industry. To further support our ag industries, $109 million is being requested to support farmers and producers grappling with unplanned costs arising from agricultural disasters. This funding would particularly be crucial in the face of the challenges posed by very dry years. I know the constituents of Cypress Medicine Hat have felt the effects of the drought over the last few years, and even declaring a state of agricultural disaster last year. Notably, this funding would include provisions for vital programs such as Ag Recovery, Ag Invest, and insurance initiatives. Mr. Chair, unlike the Soft on Crime NDP Liberal Alliance, our government is dedicated to supporting safe streets and communities. While some members opposite would like to see our police defunded, I want to highlight my personal gratitude for all of our first responders and emergency responding personnel. This is why our government is requesting an additional $81 million in funding critical entities such as Alberta Emergency Management Agency, the Gun and Gang Violence Action Fund, as well as Alberta Community Safety Analytics Lab. I want to personally thank all of the brave men and women who serve as police officers, who keep our streets, our communities, our businesses, and families safe. Next, many young adults are pursuing their education at a post-secondary level. And I know many individuals, including myself, at any stage of their lives, who have chosen to return to college, university, polytechnics, or just continuing to expand their knowledge. Recognizing the financial burdens on students, $278.8 million is being requested to be used towards increased student loans aimed to offset the rising cost of living and educational expenses. This increase would play an important role in making post-secondary education accessible and affordable. Additionally, $2.3 million requested for initiatives under the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence across 3 separate ministries. A further $9.9 million is being requested, which would support community justice and integrated services, including provisions for drug treatment court and the impact of race and cultural assessments. Drug Treatment Court offers a holistic support structure encompassing substance abuse treatment, case management, housing supports, and financial assistance addressing the root cause of crime. Our government is committed to ensuring every child facing mental health challenges also has an opportunity to pursue recovery. This is why these supplemental estimates, we see $46 million being requested for mental health and addiction for communities under the new bilateral agreement with the federal government to expand youth mental health and addiction programs. Mr. Chair, I've heard the Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction talk a lot about these programs and their importance. Our government's partnership with CASA Mental Health is also bringing mental health professionals directly into schools for students with complex challenges. CASA Mental Health currently operates 8 classrooms with more on the way. This is an incredibly positive impact on the children and youth they help. Lastly, it's essential to emphasize that that the remaining supplementary supplies amounts are dedicated to ensure a seamless provision of services and programming on which all Albertans rely on. Mr. Chair, despite what the opposition might say, these supplementary estimates strike a critical balance between supporting Albertans now and protecting the prosperity for future Albertans through fiscal responsibility. Bill 15 is not merely a fiscal measure. It is a testament to our unwavering commitment to the well-being and prosperity of all Albertans. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities ahead, we will continue to work collaboratively towards building a stronger, more resilient Alberta. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity, and I'm going to keep it brief because I know that the members on the other side, they just love to hear me speak. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, of course, with this supplementary supply bill, this has to do with the priorities that this party believes that Albertans desire. And you know, as I run down the list of the ministries that will be getting supplementary supply, the one that outstandingly is surprising that I don't see on that list is education. And it's surprising to me because our public education system here in the province of Alberta is going through a myriad of problems. And I can't understand why this government doesn't seem to make it a priority that children going to public schools in the province of Alberta, their concerns aren't being met. I've heard from a number of constituents, not only in my own riding, but throughout Alberta, that classrooms are just absolutely crowded. We're talking about 40 students to a classroom when the ideal would be having 25 students to a class. And this continues to be a problem here in the province of Alberta. And so I would urge the government that, and I know that they're big defenders of choice in education, and I don't mind that. If an individual wants to send their child to a private school, all power to them. But don't degrade the public school system, because the majority of Albertans are sending their children to those public schools. And in neighborhoods like the one I grew up in Mill Woods, salt of the earth people, good working class people that don't have the option of sending their kid to a private school. Their only option is to send them down the street to the public school or the Catholic school that's inside of their neighborhood. And those schools also need to be protected by the government. But the problem is, Mr. Chair, they're not. These classrooms are overcrowded. The maintenance on these schools, sometimes not even being addressed at all. And one of the biggest problems that many of my constituents are coming to me is the fact that, and I know this is something in the purview of Edmonton Public School Board, but this is something that can be addressed by building more schools, is the fact that parents have to go through a lottery system. Literally, I tell you, Mr. Chair, that the school could be right across the street from where this constituent lives, but because of how the border has been drawn, they can't send their child to that school that's right across the street. So this government needs to do better. It needs to do better to make sure that these public schools, that we have more public schools all across Alberta to meet the needs of all those Albertans who I would say are salt of the earth people, people that deserve their tax dollars going into the most important priority for them, which is their children and their education. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will adjourn debate.
Members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill number 15, Appropriation Act 2024, when the committee rises, are you agreed? Any opposed? That's carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise and report progress on Bill 14 and Bill 15.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Sport and Government House Leader, that the committee rise and report progress on Bill 14 and Bill 15, are you agreed? Agreed. Opposed? That's carried. The committee will now rise and report progress.
Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration certain bills. The committee reports progress on the following bills: Bill 14, Bill 15.
Does the Assembly agree with the report? If so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and so ordered.
There are bills and orders for second reading. Bill 10, Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Debate adjourned. MLA Brar speaking.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to
Bill 10, the Financial Statutes Amendment Act. Now, within this bill, we have the provision to set up the framework to enable the Alberta is calling attraction bonus. So the 2023-2024 fiscal plan on page 95 shows that this attraction bonus will cost $14 million. Now, the interesting thing here, Mr. Chair, is that, or Mr. Speaker, is that of this $14 million, $4 million is being spent to advertise and administer the program. So in order to give away $10 million, Mr. Chair, this government is going to spend $4 million. That's a 40% cost of administration. Now, this is interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, because of course this is a government that, for example, their UCP members, their affiliates, they have complained loudly and often about wasted dollars on administration in healthcare. They like to talk often about managers managing managers, talk about value for dollars. But this government, on their own, one of their flagship programs, Mr. Speaker, is spending $4 million in order to give away 10. If that isn't ridiculous levels of administrative spending, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Surely there are far more effective ways to make use of that $14 million. There are far more effective ways that $14 million could be spent to attract skilled workers to Alberta. Now, again, this is a government that has often complained, its members have complained, about administrative costs in the healthcare system, specifically at Alberta Health Services, which they are in the process of dismantling. Now, the most recent numbers from the Canadian Institute for Health Information for 2021-2022 showed that Alberta Health Services had a corporate services expense ratio, so that's the percentage of their total expenses that were spent in administrative departments, of 2.7%. 2.7%, Mr. Speaker. For an organization responsible for coordinating the entirety of a complex health care system serving over 4 million Albertans. Now, multiple members across the aisle have criticized AHS for not being efficient enough with its dollars. Are they going to be rising on Bill 10 and similarly criticizing their colleague then, the Minister of Finance, for this grossly inefficient program, which has to spend $4 million in order to give away $10 million? 40% of the amount they're giving away, Mr. Speaker, to give that amount away. That, Mr. Speaker, is incredible inefficiency. But not a word from these government members about this incredibly inefficient plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is no arguing that it's against the fact that there is an economic benefit to attracting new workers to the province. So I am not making that argument here. Absolutely, we need to bring more skilled workers to our province. When we bring more skilled workers to our province in a variety of industries, then they add to our economy. They boost our ability to produce. They boost our ability for our industries to function. That adds to our economy. They spend here in our communities. They boost our economy that way. They boost the local economy. They buy homes. They buy vehicles. They are contributing members of our communities and our economy in Alberta. That is an absolute benefit. But I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, there are far more efficient ways that we could be attracting skilled workers with $14 million than spending $4 million to give away 10. Now, the members I can hear are whistling with rapt attention for what those opportunities might be. So I look forward to being able to share more of that as we continue in debate, Mr. Speaker. Now, certainly, providing quality health care services would also provide economic benefits here in the province of Alberta, and it also would help retain and attract skilled workers here in the province of Alberta. When people are healthy, Mr. Speaker, they are able to work. It creates an attractive environment for people to want to be in the province of Alberta. But we are not seeing that from this government. We are yet to see any kind of a significant plan to attract and retain healthcare workers in the province of Alberta. Mr. Speaker. This government has been talking for months, years, Mr. Speaker, about a fair deal for family doctors in this province. Attracting those skilled workers, retaining those skilled workers here in the province of Alberta. And if we want to retain other skilled workers, Mr. Speaker, in this province, they're going to want to have a family doctor. That $14 million, Mr. Speaker, could go to actually providing the stabilization funding those doctors have been asking for, and which this government claims it intends to provide, but has not provided yet. Instead, they just strike a series of 6-month task forces, keep talking about the issue, not taking action, but they're willing to blow $4 million on administrating a program to give away $10 million, Mr. Speaker. So there is one way that $14 million could be put to better use to attract skilled workers that we desperately need here in the province of Alberta. Again, I maintain there are far more effective ways to invest that $14 million to get the skilled workers we need. Now, of course, we note that now, Mr. Speaker, of course, this is $14 million being spent to subsidize recruitment for private industry. And again, that is $4 million being spent on an administrative program to give away $10 million to subsidize private industry. While we are in dire need of every kind of health care worker in every area of our system, Mr. Speaker, thanks in part to the incompetence of this government, to the chaos it has created in our health care system, we continue to pay inflated rates for contract nurses, which is a massive increase in costs for the public. And even with hiring those contract nurses, we are still understaffed in pretty much every healthcare facility across this province. That $14 million, Mr. Speaker, could be going to retain those healthcare workers that we desperately need, could be going to hire more healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker, could be going to help support the healthcare system where we desperately need it. Certainly, if the member has a comment, he is welcome to make it.
I just heard the member opposite commenting on the Alberta's Calling attraction bonus. I believe about the $4 million, $3 million will be used for advertising and marketing, and $767,000 is earmarked for administration in 24-25. As with all programs delivered by Jobs Economy Trade, we will seek to reduce the administrative costs and be as efficient as possible and redirect that to either additional grants for skilled trades recipients or additional marketing to attract more skilled trades to build the homes, schools, hospitals, and petrochemical infrastructure that we need to build. So thank you for the concerns. Hear them loud and clear. We certainly don't want outsized administrative costs in our programming, and we won't let that happen. So again, $3 million is devoted to marketing and advertising, and about $750,000 in 24-25.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for clarifying that indeed they are spending $4 million in order to give away 10. Now they can call it advertising, they can call it administration, whatever they want to call it. They are spending $4 million in overhead costs in order to give away $10 million, Mr. Speaker. That is not efficiency. And there are better uses for that $14 million. As I said, we could be spending that $14 million on incentives for family doctors. Now, other provinces took action months ago, Mr. Speaker. Long ago. And they are seeing success in attracting and retaining the family doctors that are desperately needed to keep their economies functioning, to attract skilled workers to their province. This government continues to drag its feet. That $14 million, Mr. Speaker, could be better spent there. I would also note, Mr. Speaker, this is a government whose members cut the budget for the Auditor General. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. This is a government whose members cut the budget for the Auditor General. So the Auditor General, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, year over year, has delivered incredible value for money. The Auditor General, year over year, has done incredible service for the people of Alberta and has done it on an incredibly slim budget. Now, the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, asked for an increase this year because there is an increase in wages in their department, as did many of the offices of the legislature. An increase, Mr. Speaker, I will note, that was voted in favor of, that was mandated by members of the government. So we asked for a small increase to be able to cover that cost. The members of this government that sit on that committee refused. They denied him that, which is an effective cut, which means he has to cut services, because they say the Auditor General, who does that service on behalf of Albertans, holding this government to account on their spending, perhaps he will be auditing that $4 million that is being spent in order to administer the $10 million in this program. They say he needs to do more with less, Mr. Speaker. That is going to cut into the ability of that Auditor General to be able to hold this government to account. Meanwhile, they are going to spend $4 million to advertise and administer a program to give away 10. I see the minister has another concern. I'm happy to give him the opportunity to speak.
Thank you to the honourable member. And I always enjoy his remarks. He's generally very well informed. I would encourage the members opposite to see value in promoting Alberta to the workers that we need to alleviate the challenges that we're facing. So to characterize advertising money as being wasteful, to bring in the workers that we need to address the housing challenges that the members opposite talk about daily, to address the healthcare infrastructure challenges the members opposite talk about every day, I think is unhelpful. I think that, for example, their usage of advertising dollars to promote a carbon tax, and nobody wants that, would be something that I would characterize as a complete waste of the government's time and not align with the interests of Albertans. So, again, the advertising money we're using is to bring the workers into Alberta that are needed to build the things that Albertans need. And you can mischaracterize it, the members opposite can mischaracterize it however they wish, but we're going to continue to address the infrastructure needs of Albertans, and we need the skilled trades to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do see that this hits a sore spot with the minister and with the government members. So I do see that they do not like the fact that we are highlighting the fact that they are spending $4 million, Mr. Speaker, in order to give away $10 million. Now, there are opportunities, Mr. Speaker, in many ways to continue to attract workers to Alberta. Indeed, we have seen, and just a CBC article that came out just the other day, we have seen that we are indeed seeing a significant increase in people coming to the province of Alberta. We have seen a surge in the population to just over 4.8 million as of January 1st. So certainly that is moving forward, that is successful. But in this case, the government feels they need to spend that $4 million to give away $10 million to attract skilled workers. Now, of course, the government has had 4 years to take action to increase access to training incentives here in the province. There are opportunities, if we need those skilled workers, Mr. Speaker, to train those workers here in the province of Alberta. There are people that would like to gain those skills and take those jobs. This government has had 4 years to provide those opportunities and help fill those positions here in the province of Alberta. They could have chosen to invest $14 million to lower tuition for post-secondaries, to lower the tuition for people that are going into the trades in some of these skilled areas, but they did not, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, they chose to make drastic cuts to our post-secondary institutions and drive up the cost of tuition for many skilled occupations in this province of Alberta, making it inaccessible for many of the people, particularly from marginalized communities, that would want to move into those skilled trades. Those opportunities for people here in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, to step up and take on, fill those needs that we have here. And indeed, in the same way as bringing in a skilled worker from another province, giving people in Alberta the opportunity to gain those skills and step into those positions will also benefit our economy. That individual will do better, and they will contribute more to our local economy. So again, speaking specifically of programs that would remove barriers for marginalized communities to learn a trade. Now, I think, Mr. Speaker, of Norquest College, right here in my constituency, the Alberta Indigenous Construction Centre, a wonderful example of just such a program. That certainly where funding like this could be of great use. They partner with industry, Mr. Speaker, to provide opportunities for individuals from First Nations, Indigenous communities to come and learn a trade, get practical on-the-job experience, be able to access the post-secondary training they need, and move into those skilled occupations. That is a great investment, Mr. Speaker. A better investment, in my view, than spending $4 million to give away 10. And indeed, there are many opportunities like this that we could be expanding across communities. You know, the other day, Mr. Speaker, I had a chance to meet a gentleman, Mr. Courtney Park. He owns a company here in town called Variety Finishing. Now, Courtney, I believe he came here from Jamaica, Caribbean heritage. And he was telling me about the opportunities that were provided to him through the construction industry, and he wanted to give back. He's founded a company called Learning for Vision, a nonprofit, pardon me, Mr. Speaker. And through Learning for Vision, he is offering a youth carpentry program, providing educational opportunities, mentorship for African, Caribbean, and Black youth. The youth carpentry program that he's starting, Mr. Speaker, they're going to be taking in their first class in June for youth aged 16 to 25, a 14-month program that will give them basic training in carpentry skills, opportunities to learn more advanced skills, and then open up a path to apprenticeship. Now imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we saw more investment from this government in those kinds of opportunities to give young people here in Alberta from marginalized communities who cannot afford the increasing tuition under this government, to have the opportunity to move into a skilled trade, to meet what we recognize is a real need here in the province of Alberta, and for themselves then to build a better career, to build a better path for themselves in their lives, and thus be able to add more to our economy, be able to contribute more to their communities. That, to me, Mr. Speaker, I think would be a better investment than this boutique program that this government is putting forward, in which they are spending $4 million to give away 10. Now, I will give the government credit, Mr. Speaker, in that this is one promise from the election campaign that they actually kept. We know so many that they didn't, of course. They promised that they were going to bring in a permanent income tax cut for Albertans. That has, of course, not occurred. That is being delayed and kicked down the road to the next election, when perhaps then they'll promise it again, and we'll see if they actually follow through on that. They promised, of course, that this very month, Mr. Speaker, today being Canadian Orthopedic Day, I will note they promised that this month there would be 0 Albertans waiting on the surgical wait list beyond clinical wait times. They missed that target by 80%, Mr. Speaker. So this is not a government that's fond of keeping its promises, much as they promised they would not go forward with an Alberta pension plan. They promised they would not go forward with an Alberta provincial police force. They're doing all of those things. But I will give them credit in that this was one promise that they made that they are actually keeping. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I have my concerns with how these dollars are being spent, and I do think there are better ways they could have chosen to spend them. Look forward to more opportunities to debate on this government's budget spending on some of the other bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You might be inclined to adjourn debate.
But before I finish, I will adjourn debate, yes.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and so ordered.
Committee of the Whole.
I'd like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 15, the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2024. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? The member for Calgary, Boular McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise to make some comments about government's supplementary estimate appropriation act. I think it's part of government's fiscal policy that how government collects revenues, spends them, and these spendings do have important and huge impact on people and their lives, on our economy. And I will make some comment that particularly relate to the critic portfolios that I have, and then I will offer some general comments as well. When we talk about the last year budget, last year circumstances, there are many issues that are facing our communities. First and foremost, I think ever since UCP has been in government, healthcare has been an issue, and it continues to get worse. Wait times are skyrocketing. They were there before as well, but under the UCP, they have gone up every single year and quite significantly. There are many health centers, emergency centers across this province that have been shut down because of the UCP policies as a result, direct result of the UCP policies. And instead of working with the people, listening to experts, listening to frontline professionals, what this government has done, that they have come up with plans to further destabilize our health system and take more control in their hands when I think they can't be trusted to get it right. There were promises made that they will fix in 90 days, things will be changed by appointing one executive and dismantling the board, but fact remains that our health system has deteriorated every year with every budget under this government's watch. And the money that they are asking in supplementary estimates were not going to make difference because the government fundamental approach to healthcare is just find as much opportunity to privatize it and as quickly as possible. Last year, when they told Albertans that they will be privatizing lab services, they gave lab services to Dynalife, and the result was that delays in some cases were 2 to 3 months long just to get basic lab tests. That happened in Calgary, that happened everywhere across this province. That was a complete failure of this government's experience, and now Albertans are hooked to pay almost $90 million for UCP failed experience on privatization. And there are so many studies out there that privatizing healthcare doesn't fix it, and now much of the public dollars are also going towards private surgical facilities, which again will not improve the healthcare on this side of the house. We support and believe in a publicly funded and publicly delivered healthcare that has no profit motives, but only motive is to make sure that Albertans get the care they need whenever they need it, wherever they need it. So that's not happening in this budget, and these sums will not ensure that Albertans have that access to health care. There are funds allocated to advanced education as well, Mr. Chair. That's significant funds. But just to, I guess, put this into the context, back in 2019, Alberta used to have among the provinces that have most affordable university education, lowest among many Canadian jurisdictions. The UCP government came in, they shut the doors on university education on everyone, but for the rich. They removed the cap from tuition, and in some cases, tuition fees have gone up 100%. And as a result, many Albertans, they are finding it difficult to get their kids to universities. And the area I represent, Mrs. Chair, Northeast Calgary, it has the lowest student representation in post-secondary institutions in University of Calgary. The northeast quadrant of the city has the lowest number of students in university. And that's not just a coincidence. There are many people who are first-generation immigrants. It's difficult for them to afford university education. And with the policies of this UCP government, it has even become more difficult. And that disparity will remain there, notwithstanding what this supplementary estimate will add to advanced education. And I think investing in advanced education is important. It's important to build a future economy. It's important for individuals to reach their full potential. It's important for opening up opportunities for all Albertans. Education is an equalizer. But when you make education so expensive that it's out of reach for majority of Albertans, I think then government need to think about it. Are they there to govern for all Albertans or for just select few? And this year we also found out that now government is paying less than what universities are collecting in student fees. That's how much government has increased advanced education fees in last 4 or 5 years. And this estimate will not change that education, advanced education remains among the most expensive across Canada. Then I can see some spending in Justice Department as well. And much of that spending, $8.4 million, is going to Legal Aid Alberta's budget. Another important expenditure, because access to justice is important, access to representation is important. That's fundamental to a fair society where people can exercise their rights and can access justice when they are wronged. What happened, just to put that in context, that in 2018, Government of Alberta at that time worked with Law Society of Alberta, Legal Aid Alberta, and they came up with a tripartite agreement which stipulated that legal aid budget will be increased in 4 installments. So first installment was given in 18-19 budget, making legal aid budget $104 million for that year. As soon as the UCP took over, among many contracts they tore apart, legal aid was one of them. And they start slashing legal aid budget. Then last year, eventually, a legal community in Alberta had enough of it. They thought enough is enough. They came out and they protested against these unfair cuts to legal aid across this province. And then government was dragged to the negotiating table, and then to save their faces, they added some money to it. But that was not enough. And while this year they changed the legal aid eligibility, making more Albertans eligible to get the legal aid, but what they did on the other hand, that they slashed legal aid funding by $33 million in 24-25 budget. And I do recognize I'm talking about supplementary estimate, but in supplementary estimate, they have cut legal aid budget, so they have to add another $8.4 million. That's in fact coming from federal government, but they are adding it here. So concern here is that government has an obligation to make sure that all Albertans have access to justice. And one of the ways they can make sure that is through Legal Aid Alberta. But in last 5 years, government has made cuts to Legal Aid Alberta, and therefore is doing everything to impede Albertans' access to justice. That is unfair. That's not what Albertans expect from their government. Albertans deserve far better than this, and government should think about how they are spending money, taxpayer money, and what outcomes they want to get out of it. There are also some investments in public safety, municipal affairs. Last year, municipalities have a lot of concerns about province downloading costs onto them, and many concerns that public safety is not.
Leader, point of order. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm finding a difficult time making the connection between the Supplementary Supply Appropriations Act and the comments made from the member from Calgary, Boulard-McCall. He's talking about previous years. He's talking about items probably that are more appropriate for the Bill 14, the Appropriations Act. I'm struggling to find where we have anything in here about supplementary supply. It's pretty cut and dry. I feel like I'm missing that. So I'm not sure if the member is talking about the wrong bill or he's straight out the wrong talking notes, but it might be worth getting back on topic.
Mr. Chair, clearly government House Leader is missing it because not sure. I talked about $8.4 million that's in this supplementary estimate. I was just putting things into the context what that program is and giving a little bit of background how that program has been struggling. So I think my comment was squarely about supplementary supply in the programs that this supply impacts. So it's not a point of order.
Thank you, members. At this time, I'm not going to consider it a point of order, but I will consider the comments made by Government House Leader, and I have made comments with regards to ensuring that we keep our comments to Bill 15, supplementary supply, and try and focus on the actual bill in front of us. The member from Boulard-McCall has about 5.5 minutes left if he wishes to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was moving on to the supplementary estimates that are included in public safety and municipal affairs departments. I think both of these ministries are important, and municipalities, in many cases, they have a huge part to play in public safety, and public safety ministry, of course, is dedicated to make sure that people across this province are safe. However, what we have seen that crimes, according to government-owned report, violent crimes have gone up in rural Alberta, in cities. Property crime has gone up in cities, urban centers, in rural communities, and people are concerned about the overall safety and security that they feel in their province. Sure, some of the supplementary budget will go towards gun and gang violence. However, that's the funds that are coming from federal government. We have heard a lot of talk from this government, zero tolerance crime policy, all those announcements and re-announcements of police officers, but fact remains that people are not feeling safe in their communities. People are not feeling safe in their cities. In government-owned stat certainly reflects those trends. So here government is asking us to give them more money, write them blank checks through supplementary supply, but not talk about the outcomes, not talk about the output, not talk about the value that we are getting from this money. If Albertans are paying for public safety supplies for gun and gang violence, I think then talking about gun violence in our communities is well within this bill, because what we have seen gun violence go up, and only thing we heard from the government is they are expediting the gun acquisition licenses. That's the only thing that we see as their priority. So there are monies that are appropriated through this supplementary act. So government should tell us that how this money will help us with gun violence, how it will help us curb gun violence, how it will stop the proliferation of guns, illegal guns in our communities. And part of this money is certainly going for that, but we don't have any details that how that will be spent. Then I will talk a little bit about education budget, K-12 education budget, supplementary supply, if I am reading it correctly. There are some adjustments, some expenses, and I will talk about education because when I talk to my constituents, they talk about education, they talk about overcrowding of classroom. I do get casework from constituents regularly about how schools in their neighborhoods are over capacity and their kids are being bused to other quadrants. That's the case with Nelson Mandela High School, which is over capacity, and many people living around that school have reached out to me, to many of my colleagues, with concern that they don't have access to public school in their own communities. We can see that in this appropriation bill, there is more money going towards education, but what we are not seeing more schools in our communities. What we are not seeing any reduction in class sizes. We are not seeing any support for students, in particular those with additional learning needs, such as English as second language or with any learning disabilities. So I cannot support this appropriation.
Member, is there any other members wishing to speak to Bill 15? Member for Banff-Kananaskis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise today to speak to Bill 15, the supplementary estimates. This bill, like all of the budget bills that we're debating this week, I feel contain broken promises from the UCP to Albertans. Again, we see tax hikes, new levies, things like that. I am going to get to supplementary estimates more specifically, but with all of these bills, and when we think about budgets, I think what it's really about is how do we prioritize spending when decisions are hard? How do we choose where development happens versus where do we foster tourism? How do we choose where we focus reclamation efforts versus development efforts? That is at the heart of all of our budgeting conversations. It's really a question of priorities. So for me, a lot of my issues with this supplementary supply is more about what's not reflected in supplementary supply. We don't see any additional funds being required for health system capacity, for example. But in my riding of Banff-Kananaskis, the entire Bow Valley is facing doctor shortages. We have the Canmore and the Banff Hospital serving a population much greater than the residents that live in those communities. I don't see additional funding reflected in the supplementary supply to help those hospitals serving a tourist population and the increased cost that comes with that. There's also no provision for housing people to ensure that services are in place when they come to Alberta. We've all talked about the growing Alberta population, but we don't see a lot of support for services when people arrive here. One of the things that is also not reflected in supplementary supply is that wages haven't kept up with inflation. Just for a little bit of context, the living wage in Canmore is $38 an hour. There's not a lot of people who make $38 an hour, and what that does is it offloads costs onto the municipality to create programs that reduce that living wage. So the town of Canmore offers free transit, for example, which is a cost to the municipality to reduce that living wage in an effort to make life more affordable for Albertans. There's nothing in this supplementary supply or any of our budget bills that really tries to make life more affordable for Albertans. And when we don't do that as a provincial government, we offload that cost and responsibility onto municipal governments. And that usually gets reflected in property taxes for folks. In terms of tourism, Tourism and Sport Ministry is not reflected anywhere in the supplementary supply, but I wish it was, because there's a lot of places where we could be boosting tourism. So, for example, the tourism levy in...
I hesitate to interrupt, but it is 5:45, and pursuant to Standing Order 64-4, I must now put the following question. Does the committee approve the following bills? Bill 14, Appropriation Act 2024, and Bill 15, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2024. Those agreed, please. Agreed. Any opposed? Opposed. The bill is carried. Or the motion is carried, I guess. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 64-4, the committee shall now immediately rise and report.
Okay, you got it. He's here.
Oh, okay.
Double duty.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca Barrhead Westlock, the Deputy Chair of Committees.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills: Bill 14, Bill 15.
Does the Assembly agree in the report? If so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and so ordered. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the Assembly be adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. Whoa. Just want to, oh. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. All right, well, maybe we'll go over a second reading of Bill 10 then. How do we do that? How do we feel about that, Mr. Speaker?
We should probably defeat the motion that.
All right, let's defeat that motion then.
All those in favor of the motion for adjournment, please say aye. Any opposed? Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, that motion is defeated. Go ahead.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 10, Financial Statutes Amendment Act 2024, debate adjourned. Member Brar speaking.
The member for Edmonton City Centre was, but it's okay. The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest is rising to speak to second reading of Bill 10.
Yes, please. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. And, you know, you have to be nimble in this job, right? You're never sure what's going to happen. Like the Alberta weather, things can change very quickly. So I'm happy to come forward to speak a few comments about the Bill 10 here this afternoon. And, you know, one of the things that I was concerned about with this budget was some areas of responsibility that I had both as critic for advanced education and as a minister of education, and the underfunding that we saw so prevalent in both of these areas. And you know, when I got the supplemental supply book for and saw advanced education with such a huge number, we saw, I mean, I was scratching my head, $278 million added in the supplemental supply, and I thought, what the heck is this all about, right? And then I realized that, of course, it's to backstop the student loan program, because everything has become so much more expensive for post-secondary education students that they literally had to drop another $278 million into the student loan program just to keep people afloat. And we all know just how much more expensive post-secondary education is now for students in Alberta. We've seen record increases for 5 or 6 years in a row, and the tuition and extra expenses have just put many people out of being able to go to school, right? We had my honourable member speaking earlier how even years ago she took an extra year so she could pay for her education. Just imagine what it's like now, Mr. Speaker, where you literally have you know, students with tuition of, you know, exceeding $50,000 a year to go to school. And so by raising the prices so dramatically here in the province, we've literally priced post-secondary out of reach for so many of our young people here in the province of Alberta. And so while we talk about, you know, quite a significant increase in the population of the province, or of our province here, from interprovincial immigration and international immigration, it's very worth noting as well, mind you, Mr. Speaker, that the biggest net increase by far is coming from temporary foreign workers coming into this province, right? Which is a whole other problem unto itself. But regardless, people will move into a place looking for opportunity, right? You know, different parts of Canada are not maybe doing as well, but they'll move away just as fast too if they can't afford to be here. That same mobility that brings people into Alberta will also contribute to the exit out of Alberta if people can't afford to live their lives here in the province of Alberta. And so for post-secondary, that's a real issue. And we know, I saw in supplementary supply estimates last week, and the minister did admit freely, because it was there black and white, you can't deny it, that the budget for advanced education did not meet population growth and inflation. And so those two things together, even if you are flat in your budgeting, even if you're flat in your increase or your expenditures for a ministry, it's actually a cut. It's actually a cut of like 5% or so again with post-secondary education. So that's on top of 4 years previous of significant cuts to post-secondary education, Mr. Speaker, so that, you know, we're now in the 5th year of that cycle. And we're not able to create the spaces that students need in critical areas such as healthcare and in our trades as well. I mean, there's an investment into trades, but it's more of words on a page than it is actual substantial money. And you can create spaces in the trades, or so, some of them, but if people can't afford to go there, then it doesn't matter. It's a moot point, Mr. Speaker. So really, there's lots of ways by which we could improve this budget. We know that this bill is part of the string of broken promises that this government has brought through since the election and with these first few months of the government. We know, for example, that we are critically short of healthcare workers. I have lots of healthcare workers in my family, and you know, if they somehow pick up the phone 5, 6, 7 times, say 8 times a day, even if they're on a day's off, it's because the hospital's calling, because they are always short of workers at our critical care facilities across this province. And so, you know, this idea that we can bring thousands of people into the province of Alberta, but not fund all of the things they need to live, again, Mr. Speaker, people will come. It's quite a remarkable thing to see people come, but they can leave just as fast too. And we need to think about that for long-term stability and building all of the things that families need in order to live. I find this budget as well, I mean, it's interesting and deeply ironic that there's so many increases to fees that this government is imposing on Albertans with this budget. And so, you know, these fees are otherwise a tax by any other name, you know, and there's so many more new fees and expenses and taxes really built into this budget, of which Bill 10 is, exemplifies the Financial Statutes Amendment Act. And so while we are in a generational inflationary period here in the province of Alberta, this government chooses to drop a budget that just makes things worse for Albertans and all of the inflationary pressures that they feel to meet the needs of their family, with housing, with food, with tuition, as we see before, fuel, right? The fuel tax is going to be taken off here on April the 1st, and so we'll see quite a significant increase for fuel, for gasoline, for cars, and the list just goes on and on and on. And it seems in some ways that this government doesn't even understand or is willfully ignorant about what the expenses are that Albertans are facing here in the province right now. I heard the Minister of Finance say, oh, well, if you take housing out of the inflationary formula, then really our inflation isn't that bad. And you say, well, where does the Minister of Finance, for example, live? We all live in a house or we live in an apartment. We need a place to stay, and that's usually the biggest expense that we have on a monthly basis, being a mortgage or rent or whatever. So, I mean, either that's just flippance or willfully ignorant or not understanding what the real expenses that Albertans are meeting and facing here in the province of Alberta today. So, you know, again, a broken promise budget. This Bill 10 is an enabling legislation. I don't want to enable cuts to our healthcare system. I don't want to enable underfunding education and post-secondary education here in the province of Alberta. We want to make sure that people can live and live comfortably. You can balance the budget and do those things too, right? This constantly misrepresenting what the responsibilities of a government is, why we are in this legislature in the first place, is to ensure the safety and the security of Albertans in the broadest possible way, which includes health care, which includes being able to have high quality education for kids, to have an affordable place to stay, to have that actual safety through security and so forth, and to know that people can afford to live here on a... Yeah. I mean, it's quite remarkable, really. And the more I sit here and listen to it, the more I see that it's simply, Mr. Speaker, a sleight of hand, this budget. It's a sleight of hand where this government was so hell-bent on cutting health care and introducing more privatization in health care and cutting education and all the expenses that go with that, that even with a relatively high price for royalties for energy, they're still manufacturing a way to make cuts. And it's irresponsible. It misrepresents the financial situation that this province of Alberta is in right now, and merely exacerbates the unaffordable circumstances that the vast majority of Albertans are living in right now. I mean, some people aren't. Maybe that's what these members on the opposite side hang out with, people who have no problem, right? They say, hey, things are going great. We're making lots of money. That's a minority, a small minority, of the 4.8 million people that live in this province, Mr. Speaker. You need to make sure you represent everyone when you are in government. You don't just represent the special interests that fund your party or the special interests that drive your agenda or the ideological far right people that you depend on to prop up your party, right, the Take Back Alberta people. You're there to represent everyone and to make sure that their safety and their security and their well-being is looked after. So I have a hard time thinking that to support this Bill 10. I know that it has many some small changes that are necessary to move the budget forward. But, you know, like, for example, the extra cost in the land titles registration to buy and sell a house, right? Again, we have so many people moving into the province. We have so many people that are looking for an affordable place to live. And then, you know, the government just says, oh, and by the way, we're going to charge an extra $1,000, right, to register in a land title, right, or a mortgage, right? I mean, all of these little expenses, they add up. And they deter people from making long-term investments that will eventually provide more stability for the family, to get a mortgage, to buy a house, and all of those things, Mr. Speaker. This is so exciting. I need to take a drink. It's just too much. Yeah. So, you know, over the next couple of days, there's high expectations from the people of Alberta that this budget would make life more affordable for them, and quite frankly, it's just the opposite. It's as though you create a budget that everybody knows that there's a lot of economic activity, they know that the energy prices are high, and there's an expectation that those things, you get a share. Right? You get a share to make sure that you can look after your family. And this government instead does quite the opposite. And, you know, people remember those things, Mr. Speaker. It's not like you can just get away with this sleight of hand. You don't get away with it because people have long memories, especially if they're losing their mortgages, especially if they're not.
I hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Standing Order 4.2, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m.